Welcome, Echoes, to Once Upon a Reflection, a Cypher system fairy tale based TTRPG. I am Evie the Disaster GM. My pronouns are she, they, or any, and I am the game runner for this fine if disastrous group. Let's go ahead and go around and do our introductions. Please pardon the lighting that makes me look like a vampire. I promise this is not a vampire game. We are going to start with Alina tonight.
Hey everybody, I am Alina Pete. I will be playing Sev and Vrak tonight. We are both they, them. And Vrak is a charming trickster who wears a crown of ice.
I also apologize for my internet connection because, like, everyone is doing this wonderful glitchy thing right now. So
Very on brand.
hopefully we will not lose connection. Let's jump over to Joel.
Hello, I'm Joel. I'm going to be playing Senor Fluffington, who is a rugged Witchwawa who is one with beasts.
He is a rugged witchwawa. We love Senor Fluffington. And last but certainly not least, Amanda.
Hi everyone, name's Amanda, I use she, her pronouns, and I will be playing Rosa and Thorn, both using she, her, resilient explorer, aka Wild Princess, who masters the swarm. And I am also tech producing at the very moment, so if my setup looks a little strange, that's why.
Eh, multitasking is a thing. So Once Upon a Reflection does run every other week on Fairy Tale Fridays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern and 5:30 p.m. Pacific, barring any potential interruptions due to various scheduling mishaps that happen to every stream. As we simulcast, don't forget to follow if you're watching via Twitch, or subscribe and ring the bell for notifications on YouTube, so that you can know whenever this or any of our other games happen to run. As you may also notice from the overlay, this will actually be the last week that we are doing the donation campaign for medical aid for Palestinians. We will be shifting our campaign to the new year with a different charity. So keep an eye out on our Discord and or our socials for that. Hi to chat. If you would like to join our Discord, our link will either be in the description or in chat, depending on where you are watching. We also have links to all of the cast's various socials. If you so choose to support them, it would be greatly appreciated. But with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and roll into focusing on today's session. Last time, when we left off, the group had wandered their way back through the reflections and into the fairy tale lands after having spent a little bit of time in the real world. Through some ominous feelings that had drawn them forward with the intent to hopefully, one, make it stop, and two, make sure that nothing happened to the balance of the worlds, they did manage to utilize some scent tracking through a strange forest that had trees that seemed to be made of gold and silver and other precious metals that eventually also landed or happened to have various gems encrusted on some of the leaves as well. They found a road, did not know which way to go, and while trying to figure out what might be happening, Senor Fluffington also noticed that, yes, some of the trees do happen to have food on them. They are pear trees and peach trees and apple and various nut trees and a variety of things that are very, very edible. And around that same time, Vrack vaguely remembered or realized what this particular forest might be due to some personal history that they have, and realized that the thing that Senor Fluffington was about to shove into his mouth had some sort of magical side effect to it. And we quite literally stopped on Vrack realizing this and going, "No, Fluffy, stop!" We did not find out if Fluffy indeed did stop.
He did, in fact, not stop.
Okay.
No, of course.
Are
You're a
either of you
chihuahua.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite literally, the Chihuahua has shown the tendency to chew and eat faster when you attempt to stop him. So
He hears, no, stop, and just eats faster.
yeah, instinctively just shoves it directly in your mouth. Does not give him the chance to attempt to like grab him or anything. Okay, wonderful, love it. So In that case, you do need to mark off one of your ciphers.
Yeah, I got 3 of them. It's fine.
And please roll me one of your d6s.
My D6. Okay.
Oh yeah, I need dice. Just a sec.
One.
Whee.
A 1?
I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay. Choose a direction.
Left.
Left. So as you're like chewing on this, I believe it was an apple, and you're like gobbling it down, and you do that dog thing that you're starting to hunch in to try and protect the food.
100%.
Vrac, you see Fluffy, Senor Fluffington, begin to turn to try and protect you even further away from you. And they begin to turn to the left, and this big sneeze starts building up in your body.
Oh no.
You, like, with the food still in your mouth, but having swallowed some of it, giant sneeze off to the left into the forest, and a long distance away, so about 100 feet,
Oh no. Oh
explodes in an immediate distance, so 10 feet across, deafening all in an immediate radius to it. So you guys are fine because it is far enough away. But several of the trees go flying up into the air with this explosion that seemed to be directed from your sneeze.
And Rat goes, hit the dirt, and like throws themselves into the dirt. Covering the head, and then goes, everybody alive?
Did I finish eating the thing?
Some of it like blew out when you like sneezed, but you ate most of it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Senior Flovington is also going to just actually, realistically, because I rolled a 4 on my chaos dice, I will skedaddle in the opposite direction instead of
Run
So,
that
so
way.
you're
Yeah.
running from the explosion.
I'm running to that way. Whatever may be that way is now where I am.
Okay.
Good.
All right. So the other two of you, how would you say that you're reacting to this?
I threw myself in the dirt. I'm still lying there with my arms over my head, going,
Okay.
everybody alive?
Okay.
I am also in the dirt, and I'm just like, oh God, I think I'm okay. What just happened?
Fuck if I know. Like magic bullshit, probably.
Oh, yeah, that does tend to happen a lot to us, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. So those things in the trees, I was gonna say, they like do magic or shit. Anyway, I wouldn't eat them.
Okay, good to know. No eating the magical metal fruit.
I don't know how we're gonna tell Fluffington about that though, because like, dog. If you tell a dog not to eat something, they kind of like eat it more. At least all the dogs
True.
I've known.
True.
I'm gonna leave that one to you. And they'll get up and start like brushing themselves off.
Mm-hmm. And
Check
I'm
the woods,
sitting here
make sure
just
there's no
like,
more
I'm like,
explosions.
how do you stop a dog from eating things that it shouldn't? And I think
Well,
back to my training, and I'm thinking, I was like, if I knew it wouldn't backfire, I would say let's pretend to eat the fruit and act like it's really delicious, but I also know that dogs like that too, so...
So your training would give you an asset to attempt to convince Senor Fluffington to not eat the food, or it would give you an asset to attempt to figure it out by just making an intellect roll. But it's kind of a one or the other type of thing.
I'm going to use my knowledge to convince
Okay.
Fluffington.
You're gonna have to catch Senor Fluffington to do so.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He's like just gone. Like he did that little Scooby Doo run in place for a second thing, and then just has been running.
It was a big
It was a big
explosion.
explosion. He's going in the opposite direction.
I mean,
Yeah, like
fair.
you've seen
Fair.
animals around fireworks. This was even closer.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Do I even like see Senor Fluffington in like my vision, or is Fluffington like gone, like completely just?
How fast are you moving?
I'm not very fast. I have a speed of 9.
Okay.
And also I'm in my not wolf form.
Okay.
Was I in my wolf form actually?
I think you were briefly in
remember.
your wolf form, but it had worn
Yeah, but I
off by
think I
the time
dropped
you
it.
guys got to the road.
Yeah. No, I'm not far. I'm not very far at all. I don't. I
Yeah,
think.
you turned into a wolf
I
when
can
I
catch.
fell on you, and then I think you
Yeah.
turned back when I was like, "No, it's cool. We're chill."
Yeah,
Alright, so
Yeah.
please make an observation roll for me to try and see him, because you are also among a variety of trees and he did not run down the road. So he
That is
ran into other woods.
a 12.
12. So yeah, you'd probably be able to spot Senor Fluffington. I mean, he's wearing bright white clothing and cyan, and that does kind of stand out, even among a variety of metallic looking trees. So yeah, you see Senor Fluffington running from the explosion. Senor Fluffington, other than running, are you doing anything, or are you just trying to get away?
No, just getting away.
Okay.
Yeah, just. I think I probably like have fallen like 3 times and just stumbled back onto my feet and just kept going.
Are you yelling like a scared
Sorry, what
dog?
was that?
Are you
Oh.
yelping the entire way? Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of shouting. Not words. But definitely just what a human approximation to the sounds a dog does when they're scared. Sound plates. Yeah. It's just it's big Link energy right now.
Yeah.
But in a non-combat way, in a very cowardly, running away way.
The sound that Link makes when he falls off a cliff.
Yeah.
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 Yep. I'm just running.
So yeah, Rosa, Senor Fluffington is not running elegantly or with coordination, but is running. You do see them through the trees. You have the opportunity to attempt to catch up if you so choose, or you can just kind of let them run themselves out. You do not know what they will find or what they will attempt to eat where they stop, though.
I am going to essentially catch up. I do have an ability called Fleet of Foot,
Mm-hmm.
which means I believe I can run
You
double
have-
if I spend a speed point.
Fleet of Foot, I believe, extends your range,
Okay,
doesn't it?
I believe it does.
Yeah,
I'm just reading.
So your movement in combat, for example, would, instead of being 10 feet without having to roll for speed, to be able to do that and act, would be 50 feet and not having to roll and being able to act. So you are capable of moving very quickly for
Definitely good to bring a
bursts
ranger.
of time. Yeah,
Yes.
bursts of time. It's not like extended. You're not marathon running,
Okay.
but you are able to burst your speed pretty
Yes.
well and catch up.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to catch up, and I'm going to hopefully try to capture Fluffington.
Okay, so if you are attempting to capture, is that you are jumping on the uh, wolfman that the last time something fell on him, he responded by turning into a giant dire wolf and trying to attack it? Or are
Also,
you
that was
going to
like
attempt
5
to.
minutes ago.
Yeah, so you witnessed this. Or are you
Mhm.
going to try and say something first?
I'm going to try to say something first.
Okay, valid. Valid.
Yes.
So go ahead. Go ahead. You have very easily caught up to Sooner Fluffington, who is not doing
Yeah.
this in a coordinated fashion.
Yeah. So I basically try to reach out and I go, Fluffy, 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 hold on, calm down. We're here. We're here.
I'm. I. Just, oh, okay.
Rolling.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I needed to check the chaos dice. I am becoming
Uh-oh.
addicted to using it. No, that was a one. Um.
Oh, okay.
Uh.
Is that good?
That's the
Uh.
most, or at least chaotic.
Yeah. I dive and just kind of curl up under your legs. And just kind of
Oh,
holding my head.
oh.
Adorable.
I basically I kneeled down like to be at Fluffington's level, and I just start treating Fluffington like a normal dog, just scratching behind the ears and softly,
Normal dog.
gently rubbing along the back of Fluffington's head, being like, it's okay, it's okay, we're here.
I don't like the big boys.
It's okay. It scared us too.
It's so
fine.
scary.
It's fine. It's okay. We're here. We can be brave.
No.
Okay. let's just well let's just hang out here for just a second until you feel like you can get back up.
Okay.
In the meantime, Vrak, you are dusted off and hanging out on the road. Are you doing anything? Are you picking up any of
You know
the
what?
edible ciphers to see if they might be useful at a later date?
I
Like, what's
am
going on
also
here?
going to roll a chaos dice.
Okay.
That's moderate. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I
Okay.
won't pick up a
Yeah,
cipher and throw it
yes.
at the
Let's
nearest
go.
tree. I will just pick it up and inspect it.
Okay. So, and of course, I've got all the notifications. It's Friday. Everybody's streaming.
It's
Um,
Friday.
yeah. So, with that in mind, what would you like? Let's go ahead and have you roll to see if you can figure out what it might be, because you are the only one of the three of you guys that have an experience with things from this forest. So you have that option. However, do you have any training in ciphers? Do you have any training in their use or anything from one of your
I do.
like abilities?
Nope, and I'm hindered in remembering things. So
Of
I
course
don't know
you
if that
are. So
applies,
that
but I'm
does make it more difficult in that
how will
case.
I know if I've been here before? So I rolled a
Yeah.
13. I think because I'm
13.
hindered, that probably won't be enough.
Yeah, that is not enough to figure out what it does. You know for a fact, especially after what just happened, that you are holding a object that grants some sort of magic. But beyond that, you don't know. You don't even know if each of the things from the same tree do the same thing, or you have to
It's
like
magic.
pick
It's
different
always random.
trees or whatever. You don't know.
Yeah.
So
So Bragg
who
picks
can
up
go?
one of the fruit from the explosive tree that
Uh-huh.
Fluffington ate a fruit from, looks at it, doesn't see like an obvious like pin or fuse, and then goes, could come in handy, and just tucks it in their pocket.
Okay, so please mark down Random
Cypher.
manifest cipher, golden apple.
Good.
Oh, those are not good words.
I'm
Something
definitely
about
chucking this at somebody.
fairy tales and apples are just never a good sign.
I am gonna go for the fairest and just throw it at a room full of people. Who knows?
That's actually what you're supposed to do with the one that Senor Fluffington ate. You're supposed to
Oh,
throw
really?
it, and where it lands, it explodes. But Senor Fluffington ate it, so you projected the magic away from you.
See, that's what Frack was thinking. They had images of themselves like hurling it at something and exploding like a grenade. Whether or not it does that, we'll see.
Who knows?
Technically, I could find out, but also I'm a dog.
So yeah, and then they're just gonna lean against a tree and wait for the other two to come back.
Okay. So Rosa, Senor Fluffington, it has been a couple of minutes for you to have the option to kind of relax a little bit and realize that there are no further explosions that are coming.
Are you ready to return to Vrak?
To who?
To Vrak,
Who's that?
the blue elf?
Oh,
Big
oh
elf?
yes.
Big guitar? Makes music?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Are you ready to return?
Where are they?
They're somewhere around here.
Oh.
I don't know exactly, but I'm sure. I can't imagine Vrak going off on their own.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay.
That Senior Fluffington has already forgotten about the potion.
Yeah, seems right. So yeah,
Yeah.
you are able to fairly easily find the plethora of broken branches, disturbed earth, and other things that are the result of a mad dash through the woods back towards the road where Brack would be.
Something happened here. What did this? This is weird.
It smells like you.
There's another me.
Why am I not surprised that's what you think?
Dog logic.
Mm-hmm.
I did pick up one of the broken sticks and just took it with me.
Of course.
I was like another me stick. And I was just there goes that thought.
Okay. So, Rosa, you have not yet attempted to convince Senor Fluffington to not eat anything.
True. In the chaos of it all, I probably forgot to mention that.
Okay, sounds good. So, you guys very easily get back to the road. Vrak, you see them coming out, and Senor Fluffington is surprisingly calm after the crazy mad dash through the trees. And it's probably been maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Yo.
I got a stick.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks.
So prior to the eating of random things from random trees, you guys were trying to decide which direction to walk down instead of just waiting on the road until evening.
We could just keep going. Like, Fluffington
Where are
had
we
picked
going?
our direction earlier, and we're like, sure, we don't know where we're going.
Yeah, I believe
we're
weren't we following the footsteps back and forth?
There weren't footsteps. Senor
Okay.
Fluffington caught the wind
Oh,
where
that's
you
right,
guys
that's
had
right.
landed, and the wind reminded Senor Fluffington of perfume, which is what led you guys to the road. But once you guys got to the road, it's just there's enough going in both directions that there's no way to tell which way to go, aka you failed the roll. Initially, you had started going from where you started left, but you are a little turned around at this point, so you are not sure which of those two directions is, or like forward or back, is where you were initially going.
Senior Flemington is not aware of what's happening right now.
No.
He's too distracted with his new stick.
Yeah, you might have to ask him to show you the way if you want him to lead.
Yeah.
Probably best.
Sorry, guys. I'm playing a low intellect character. I can't. You gotta keep me on task. His character is
forest shit,
ADHD.
right?
Hmm?
I mean, Thorn, you're good at like forest shit, right?
Somewhat.
Cool. Where the fuck are we?
We and I basically turn around a bunch of times in a circle. I don't know.
Cool.
I believe we were going, and she kind of does one of these, and then just picks a direction that way. I think.
Let's go. We'll just go.
Which direction do you pick?
We're just gonna walk randomly.
I am going to, where we are on the road, is I'm pointing to the right.
Okay.
I'm at this point turned around, don't exactly have good compass directions at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it looks the same in both directions, so it is very legitimately hard to tell. Out of character, you chose the same direction you guys had originally been planning to go in.
Great.
Oh,
but
I knew that.
Let's carry on.
But yeah, so you continue walking, and Senior Fluffington, you do have a wonderful, we will call it bronze stick that you are chewing on, or playing with, or whatever it is that you are doing as a dog with the stick. Yeah.
Chewing on.
And it
Sure.
tastes like a stick. It doesn't taste like when you occasionally get a fork or spoon that's on the ground that you're chewing on, because it also tastes like food. So it doesn't taste like metal. It tastes like a stick.
Even better.
Yeah. As you... I just realized that Amanda is wearing 2 sets of headphones.
Yeah, again, it's the life of
I
a
get
tech
it.
producer.
I get it. It's just hilarious because I just noticed.
I honestly am surprised this is working, frankly.
No, hey, more power to you. But yes, so you head down this particular direction. Senior Fluffington is luckily chewing on a stick and not the food that is around you. And go ahead and give me an observation or perception check as you walk along.
Everybody?
Yes, though Senior Fluffington is distracted with the stick, so his has a hindrance.
10.
2?
That was a
-1.
4.
Brax the high roll.
Yeah, Rack's the high roller. I got
Oh
4.
boy, with a 10.
With a 10. Okay, you are the only one, you're the only character that has familiarity with the forest, which does help, though it was mostly that you had encountered things from it and had vaguely heard about it before, and that you had rolled really, really high last game to recognize it because of your issues remembering things. So the sound that greets you is strange, and you're the only one of the 3 of you to notice it. But it sounds almost like water. As you take a bend in the road and then another, and you would again be the first to notice that maybe a extra long distance down the road, so well past 100 feet, is what seems to be a dock of some kind and a lake.
Huh. I don't know. This isn't ringing any bells for me, but I think there's like a lake or something up there. What are we looking for? Like a castle?
I honestly don't know what we're looking for. I just kind of assumed there'd be something along the way at
Okay.
some point.
Fairy Lake's dangerous as fuck. There's usually things in there that want to drown you, or mostly just drown you. So, like, be real careful around the water, I guess. Unless we're supposed to go into the water and the castle's in the water, I don't fucking know. Fairy shit's weird, man.
I would like to investigate the lake.
All
I
right,
would like to at least look at the surface of it.
so you guys go ahead and continue walking and get closer. There's one obvious dock, but there are a couple of other smaller outcropping posts that would theoretically be for a variety of small boats to be able to tie off at. You do not see any currently. Kitty cat! Kitty on screen! Yay!
Yes. Hi, Milo.
But the lake looks wide and smooth, and it's reflective the way that water normally is. So the sky above is like brightly shining both at you from above and from the lake. You would be able to theoretically be able to use it for reflection, just like many of the reflective surfaces throughout the woods around you.
It's day, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
late afternoon.
Mm.
Because Vrak, when you didn't remember the fairy tale, you remembered the woods. Did Rosa remember the fairy tale, and then it was just that Amanda didn't know what the fairy tale was, or did
I
Rosa
think
not
it was.
remember?
If I remember correctly, I think it was Rosa was unfamiliar.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Basically,
So,
if it wasn't by the big corporation,
yeah.
she's somewhat unfamiliar with it.
Yeah, the corporation that we don't name so that we don't get sued.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're a stream. We could say it and they wouldn't come after us.
True.
Maybe.
But yeah.
They're pretty cool, so maybe, I don't know. But yeah, so
I mean, Vrak would have known this fairy tale if Vrak could remember anything.
Yeah. How close do you get to the lake in that case?
I have a meta question to ask Evie.
Mm-hmm.
So hedge magic allows me to do minor effects.
Yes, it does.
Would walking on water count as a minor effect, or would that be too much?
That is too much.
Okay. In that case, unless I am explicitly stopped, I will accidentally walk directly into the water.
Okay. So you guys are getting close to the dock. How close do you get, and how easy is it for you guys to notice that Senior Fluffington is distracted with the stick and continues walking out onto the dock?
Vrak is probably the first to stop because they're really wary about lakes after giving a warning about, like, hey, watch out, there's shit in there that'll drown you. They're going to stop, like, several meters back.
Mm-hmm.
I think Thorn is going pretty far out on the dock.
Okay.
But cautiously.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an observation roll to notice a variety of things, including the fact that Senior Fluffington is going as he's walking past you.
15.
15. So you notice Senior Fluffington starting to walk past you, but what you also notice is that emerging from the water, as if being raised on some sort of unseen pedestal, is a small rowboat, water pouring from its sides, like right at the end where Senor Fluffington would be able to theoretically step out onto it as he continues walking. So you don't know if Senor Fluffington is just that distracted or if he's just like instinctively going towards the thing that would be able to carry him. And we will see if you actually reach the boat based off of Rosa's reaction.
I basically am watching it come up. I was like, oh, a boat. I exclaim, and I'm just like, and I turn to Brock. Brock, there's a boat.
And Senor Fluffington.
Also, Senor Fluffington, watch out! There's a boat.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Senor Fluffington, do you react at all to the fact that Rosa next to you is going, "Oh, there's a boat"? Do you even know what a boat is?
I would know what a boat is.
Okay.
I think I'm like walking, and then I go, "What?" and don't stop walking, and just directly into whatever is ahead.
So
just
please,
to walk off the edge like a true chihuahua.
yeah, please give me a might check. This has to do with balance and acrobatics.
Okay.
As you step off of the dock and directly, like stepping off of a ledge or stair that you don't realize is still there, to figure out if you fall face first into the boat. 5.
Yeah.
So.
And I have nothing.
Amazing.
I have climbing and running and jumping and swimming.
So yeah.
I don't think any of that applies.
You like turn and you're going, what? Like with the stick half chewed in your hand and you're half turned as you step forward, and then it goes, and it's this very similar sensation to when you're going through a reflection and you're doing that swing, only it's not that wonderful. You did not like hit a surface at the end. You do, in fact, hit a surface into the rowboat, like bumping your nose and losing the stick over the edge as the boat starts like rocking back and forth, and you're not even sure if you're going to remain in the boat.
Hold on. I need to chaos dice this real quick. I will attempt to grab the stick over the side of the boat. That's my priority.
Give me a speed check.
10.
10? No.
Yeah.
Drops into the water.
I just,
Splash.
I'm just reaching into the water and just trying to get it, but there's nothing there.
Well, it's a stick. Like wood is mostly buoyant, so you'd be able to reach it. You're just having to like reach into the water to grab it.
Oh, I thought it because it was kind of metally, it would stink.
It looks like metal. It is not actually metal, which is why you were able to eat the apple and why you were able to chew on the stick without breaking your teeth, and it tasted like a stick. Yeah.
I thought it was just because I was a dog. Okay. I will then attempt to grab it and then do whatever it.
Yeah. So yeah, you're just in the boat. You grab the stick. It is wet. Your hand is wet. It's similar to that moment before bath time where you're hovered above the water and paddling, but you haven't reached the water yet, and then it's just your toes. So yeah, it's like your toes are wet.
It's okay. Stick is fine.
You okay, bud? You kind of took a header there.
What?
Yeah, you look fine.
Oh, hey, there's a boat. I found the boat.
Is there any sort of like unique style to the boat, or is it just a rowboat, a standard
It's just a
rowboat?
rowboat. It's got 2 oars. It's got a couple of benches for people to be able to sit on. It's probably designed for 2, but could theoretically carry 3.
Do I remember
Interesting.
anything about rowboats in this story?
You can make
Probably
another
not, because I'm
attempt to
hindered.
figure out the. Yeah, you can make another attempt to figure out the fairy tale that you're in.
Nope. That's a 2. Fuck
No
that.
idea.
We're all skirting that now. One.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sure are.
It's like a
You
Checo's
are.
Scott. It's going to happen before the session's over.
It is,
I-
and I don't
Yeah.
think that we've got MLIS in chat to be giving you guys nat 20s and
No.
assets
I still
right
got
now.
one banked from last time.
You do, so you would be able to use that if you wanted to.
No, not on this one. I'm like, I don't know, boats seem fine to me. Cool.
If
Look good, Thorn? Is it like, I don't know, is seaworthy? Is that a thing that boats are?
I would assume so, although it did come from under the water, so that's a little concerning. But I mean, it's floating now, and it looks like a normal boat.
Right, so 50-50, it
does
sucks
it
us under the water and we go to a magic kingdom there? I don't know.
does it does it does it look like a normal boat?
Yeah, it looks like a completely normal rowboat. It is not leaking. There's not even any water at the bottom, despite the fact that it rose from underneath the surface. Like, the inside is bone dry.
Okay. Oh, Alina, you have a nat 20.
Oh,
Ooh.
Have another one.
thank you, Sage.
Dang, thank you.
Thank you.
Can they back? Because do I have 2 now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Two
you're
nat
able to
20s.
just hoard them if you want.
Nice.
I
Frank's
just
gonna
I just
cast.
I just don't because it's funnier to just use them for the worst things.
Oh, you are here. Welcome, Elias
Oh,
Revenge.
whoa,
Hello.
if no, I'm not gonna wait for whatever it is that they're doing. I'm just gonna grab the rose and just start rolling.
You're going to start rowing.
Eh,
Yeah. Just,
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Fluffy just made the decision for us.
So you probably have a round worth to try and jump into the boat before Senior Fluffington is too far away for you to not have to swim.
amazing. I'm gonna sprint. Oh shit! Just start running and throw myself at the boat.
I'm also throwing myself on the boat, although I feel like I was a little bit closer.
Yeah, you were closer. You actually went on the dock. I'm still like
Okay.
way back.
Okay, so I would like a might check from Rosa for the jump and landing without overturning the boat. And then I would like both a speed check for running.
Yep.
And then also a might check for the same thing from Vrac.
Amazing. I'm gonna put an effort on the speed.
Okay.
I got a nat
We've
20.
been rolling.
Nat
Like,
20. So yeah,
oh, that's not bad.
with perfect balance, coordination, and grace, you're just like, oh, Fluffy made the decision for us. And without even checking back at Vrac, expecting that Vrac will respond the same way that you have come to expect, you turn and dart. And then it's just a graceful leap off of the edge, and then alighting like a bird on one of the benches.
Fucking elves, man.
Yeah.
Aren't you an elf too?
As Vrac just like books it up the dock, they got a 15 and they put an effort on that. So
Easy. Yeah, easily enough.
and then it's a 12 for the jump with
A
no
12
effort.
for the jump. Okay, so would you like your major effect to help Vrac, or do you want to hold on to your major effect for the ride?
Let's hold on to the major effect for the ride.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Vrac, in that case, in the middle of Rosa, like somehow managing
Alighting.
to almost dance around where Senor Fluffington is sitting in the middle, rowing, and getting to the other side without overbalancing the boat at all. It's astounding. You manage to land on the other end of the boat, and Senor Fluffington, there's a very disturbing moment of the boat nearly tipping up and then starting to wobble as Vrak just thunks down, stumbles a little bit, and then quite literally falls on their ass on the bench.
Amazing.
Somehow, despite the fact that it's bone dry, you feel like you might have slipped on water that wasn't actually there, and your ass definitely hurts.
Yeah, so I got like one boot trailing in the water. It was a choice between keeping my boots dry or keeping the guitar dry, and I chose guitar.
Yeah.
And I sit down hard with the guitar in my lap, with like one boot trailing in the water. I just stare
So
over at
fair.
Thorn, and I'm just like, fucking elves, man.
And I just go, aren't you an elf too? Like,
Eh.
Oh my
Please
God.
ignore those captions for what Rosa did not say that.
I saw
what
that
did it
too.
say? What did it say? What
Aren't
did
you
it say? I
anal
missed it.
too?
Yeah, aren't you anal too?
I did not say that.
You did not say that.
Oh, captions. Amazing.
Oh man.
Thank you, captions.
Yeah. I'm surprised it even had the ability to do that.
I know.
Brack makes a face and just goes, ugh. Gross.
No. So, perched on the boat as it gradually settles, Senor Fluffington, do you just continue rowing? Are you frozen?
Yeah.
There we go.
No, I say yeah.
You were briefly frozen.
Nope.
So you guys continue on, and the boat does seem to guide itself mostly with the assistance of Senor Fluffington rowing. I would like a might check for how easy this is for you due to the fact that the boat is carrying one more person than is expected. But out of character, only one femme-presenting person appeared, and as such, only one boat appeared.
That's fair.
10.
10. So that's kind of middling. You're able to do it. It's not like you lose an oar or anything. But it is hard. It is a little straining. And it takes you probably until sunset to cross the lake. You guys do not go under the water.
Question. This is a. Could I hedge magic the rowing instead?
You could hedge magic it to be easier, but you would not be able to force it to do it on its own. It's not like the musical by that one company that we don't mention, where all of the like brooms and shit came to life. It would just basically.
Yeah, I just figured since it's just the basic motion of doing the rowing, it could be hedge magic. Because I am able to move small objects. It says cause small objects to flow through the air, so I could affect multiple objects.
Can I aid you by
But if
doing
not, that's
a version of the Wellerman? You're like a punk metal Wellerman.
So
I feel like that would help a different character of mine.
So the it depends on for Vrak, it depends on if that is a like focus ability of yours to be able to aid with a skill. Because this is basically just a skill roll.
Gotcha.
But the aid of the
I also didn't
magic?
mean for it to be like for. I meant it just for flavor purposes, not to actually have it affect the roll.
Oh yeah, it would not again like fully animate them to row on their own, but it would make them a little bit easier to like push through the water.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Cool.
Not a problem.
All right, so yeah, it does take you about an hour or so before it gets you fully across the lake because you are moving a little slowly. Um, but you make it across the lake. The sun is just beginning to set, so the sky is starting to get those pinks and purples and reds, but it's not super deep. It is not fully into like dusk yet. But as you get across and as you approach the other dock, there does seem to be, instead of one large one with side posts, a variety of very small docks for a couple of boats. Hard to really gauge how many there are without like doing an observation roll, but meant for about the size of a single rowboat apiece, and they lead to a road that very obviously winds past another very small copse of woods and to a massive castle.
Huh.
Does it look like a nice castle on the outside?
It looks like it's probably seen better days, but it does not look like villain coded.
Another fucking castle, huh? Last one sure worked out well.
Well, for now, this one looks nice enough.
I mean, so did the last one until it was full of dead people.
True. Well, let's hope that it's not enchanted in some weird, messed up way.
Oh, it almost certainly is.
Oh,
Fairy
absolutely.
bullshit.
But just let me have this one thing.
Do I feel the pull coming from the castle?
No.
Okay, interesting.
And the
Has
loud
the pool
jingle was my dog.
Has the pool gotten weaker as we've approached the castle?
Yes.
I have a feeling we're not supposed to be here, but like in a, not like a evil way, but just in a this just we just shouldn't be here.
Like you went the wrong direction.
Kind
Should
of.
we go back across the lake?
I don't
Oh,
know. Well, maybe the people in the castle are nice and they will give us some direction on where to go.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
Nat 20 to Joel. Thank you, Emilias
Ooh.
Revenge.
thank you. Alright, time to do some shenanigans. I think as soon as we dock or the boat stops moving, so
Mhm.
probably just gonna get off.
Okay. So, Senior Fluffington, while you guys were attempting to debate on if you should go back, rode you to one of the docks and then proceeds to jump out and leave you behind. Are you going to follow, or are you going to continue attempting to figure out what your movement here is?
I am not leaving. I'm just getting
Okay.
on the dock.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. In that case, yeah. So, Senior Fluffington is at least making some sort of decision.
Fluffy, what's you smell something?
That's what I'm about to find out. Do I smell something?
Make a roll.
Vrack is assuming that Fluffy's doing things logically, which is a poor assumption to make.
It is.
I'm gonna use one of my ciphers to reroll.
Ooh.
Okay, so that means that you've got
I
one
rolled
cipher left,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, correct. I rolled one number higher, so I went up from 4 to 5.
Wow. You smell trees and dirt and water and
I smell
Vrak
a
and
lot of
Rosa.
things. I smell the two of you, and the trees, and the water, and the wood, and the
Hmm.
sticks. I am going to sit and just stare up at the castle
Mm-hmm.
because my last experience with the castle wasn't fun. I'm gonna try to see if this castle is also unfun
Okay.
in the magical sense. He
Vrak's
doesn't
gonna
know
like
that.
Okay.
stare
He doesn't
at the
know that it's
castle as
like
well.
this is what he's doing.
Okay.
Vrak stares
So,
at the castle as well, and then they look back over the lake and try and squint off into the distance, like they're trying to see where the pull's coming from. If there's like a
okay.
glow in the sky or a weird star or something.
Okay. So make an intellect roll, Vrak. Either a observation one if it is purely physical observation like from your eyes, or you can make a magical sense type of roll to see if you can like just feel the direction of the pull.
I
Senior
think
Fluffington.
because I rolled.
Hmm?
Oh, go ahead. Go
Senior
ahead.
Fluffington, what specifically are you rolling for other than vibe check?
He doesn't understand that this is what he's looking for.
Yeah, like so
But
like Joel is the question now.
I, yeah, I want to sense if there is magic being exerted upon this place.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intellect roll. For a magical sense type of thing, that is going to be a difficulty of 5. Vrak, are you doing physical observation or
I did like a magic sense
mythological?
because I was looking for the pull and I rolled a 19. So I
Okay.
am tuned in to
Okay.
whatever that is.
You almost see another castle in the distance, and it feels like something happening there. It is in the other direction along the road that you guys took.
Cool.
I'm gonna switch dice because it rolled another 5, and it's been rolling consistently low this entire time. And I just rolled
Amazing.
like 6 different times, and it did not roll a single time above 5. Above 5, and I think it is actually unbalanced because of the little dog that it has.
Can I lean over and grab Fluffington by the wrist or whatever and pull him and go, hey, Fluffy, back in the boat. I think our princess is in another castle.
I don't have a princess.
It's a. I'm not going to explain video games to you. We got to go that way.
Why? This is where boat took us.
Because I don't fucking. The magic, I don't know. It just. There's something going on over there.
Okay.
It's like an itch in my
Tourists.
brain.
Rosa, are you also doing anything while they are figuring out which one of them is going to lead our direction? Remember that you do have a banked asset from that nat 20 that you rolled earlier.
I'm gonna hold on to that for now. I'm going to, in this part where we're at, are there any animals or signs of life?
Make a roll.
Is a 13?
13. It's hard to tell. You hear the sound of like leaves moving against each other, but it is not like there's a horde of animals to greet you, so you would have to go searching to see if there's really activity. But it is, as far as you can tell, a smallish island that you had traveled across the lake to get to, that a fairly large castle is sitting at the apex of. So the most likely animals would be birds.
Okay. Out of character question, would my abilities count for looking for fish?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any fish in the lake?
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to commune with the fish.
Amazing.
Okay, so while you're doing that, Senor Fluffington and Vrac, you guys were deciding which one of you was determining, or which one of you was going to win the "Are we leaving?" discussion.
I was just asking for like, why. I wasn't
okay.
like against
You
the
weren't
idea.
arguing.
Just
Okay.
And I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know,
no,
we gotta
just-
go that way.
that's
It's
all
like
right.
there's an itch in my brain. Anyway, we gotta go there.
Yeah.
And Frack will just point
And you
to where
got-
the feeling is
you-
coming from.
and then you can scratch your brain there.
You can scratch your brain there.
Oh God, I fucking hope so. It sucks.
And also with that 19, Vrek, go ahead and make me one more roll to try and figure out, since Vrek might actually recognize this fairy tale you have established, to try and figure out what this is.
14?
14? You remember pieces. You don't remember the fairy tale itself. And I think this is similar to what you had heard about before, that there were princesses that would dance at night, and that's why I think you were originally trying to wait until evening. That they would dance at some sort of hidden castle, and have a feast at the end of their ball, but they would then return to their home, which you would assume, them being princesses, is a different castle, like
It
a
might be
more
this one.
daytime castle. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you went to quite literally the wrong castle. Your princess really is in a different
In another castle. Frack sits there for a second, kind of like thinks as they're scratching their head, and then they go, "Shit, I think our princess literally is in a different castle." I don't.
I didn't know we had a princess.
There's like a bunch of them. I don't remember how many, but it's like relevant to the story. And then they all go dancing at night, and it's bad for some reason. But I think this is where they live,
Marco's
and then
dancing
we got to go
somewhere.
where they're dancing, and we only have till dawn. I think. I don't remember
What is that? What is that?
when the sun comes up.
Oh, food time. Okay.
Yeah.
Rosa, you are attempting to commune with the fish. So
Yes.
is this an ability or is this a skill roll?
I think this is just going to be a skill roll. I'm not trying to influence them.
Okay.
So.
So go ahead and give me an intellect roll. This is to catch their attention and attempt to get them to speak with you.
That was only a 3, so it was not great.
Yeah. So you see them swimming around. They are probably reluctant to get particularly close to the dock. There was a lot of surface movement when you guys were rowing. The other two are not being particularly quiet. Getting their attention is not working right now.
Okay. So I turned to the others. It's like, did you decide on what we're going to do?
Yeah, we got to go that way.
Okay. Well, that
We're going
makes
to the
things
club.
easy. We're
I mean, you're
going
not
to a club.
wrong. Yeah, I guess they're
Ooh.
like.
Yeah, that's where
I don't
her mama goes at night to dance. The club.
Why are there always fucking castles and dancing? God.
I mean,
Anyway,
what
back
else-
in the
what
boat,
else
we
are
gotta-
supposed to do? Okay.
That's
gotta
what
haul
rich
ass.
white people do.
All right. Sounds like we've got a direction. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been explained why we're doing this, so until I forget, we're doing this.
So, is anyone going to help Senor Fluffington row this time, or are you going to once again leave it to the dog to row? Is the doggy gonna doggy paddle?
Thorn and be like, "Do
I
you
could do it.
want to get in on an oar? Because like we'll go
Yeah.
faster if there's two people
Oh
paddling."
yeah.
That's why I was
Let's give
asking.
Fluffington a rest
Okay.
from having to use magic for this.
Okay.
Hey, Fluffy, you still feeling fresh? You good? You not? Think you got a little more muscle power?
What?
You still
Uh,
feeling strong?
oh, yeah.
Your little
I'm,
your little
I'm
arms
very
sore?
strong all the time. Nope.
Okay.
I'm all the
Then
time.
hey, you're probably better off than I am.
Okay.
All right, let's.
All right. So, in that case, that is a roll from one or the other of you with an asset because you are being aided.
As Frack
What's the
cleverly
roll?
does not paddle the entire voyage.
I guess that's my roll. Oh no, it was on an 18. It rolled over to a 6.
Oh, shit.
So,
No.
once again, it takes probably about an hour. And this is probably less due to the strength that it requires to row a boat that has too many people, and more due to the fact that you guys have difficulty coordinating rowing at the same time. So you start to turn, and then you start to turn, and it's
We're
not
just
in
zigzagging
sync.
on the
Yeah, have
lake.
you ever
We're
tried
just going.
coordinating
I
with
feel
a
like we were
chihuahua?
going in a circle for a good like 20 minutes.
Yeah. You see a lot of fish while doing so. Um,
Yeah, you ever coordinate with a chihuahua? Not easy.
I would also like a observation roll from all three of you as you cross the lake.
17. Frack's perceptive
8.
tonight.
It's an
8
8.
and an 8. So 17, 8, 8.
I have the brain
So-
cell tonight, apparently.
You do have the brain cell. The other two are distracted rowing. And you're not sure you would want to express this to them because you see illusory ghostly figures in 12 other boats rowing across in the opposite direction to that you're going.
Do I think we're going the wrong way now, or does the pull still feel like where we're going?
You are going toward the pole still,
Okay.
but you are probably going to like their daytime actual home castle and not the where they danced at night.
Frack looks back and forth for a minute and then just kind of shrugs. Doesn't say anything.
Yeah, they are so busy trying to coordinate that they don't notice the other boats or the ghostly figures rowing them. With that 17, you would also notice that there is a figure rowing the boat and then someone sitting in the boat in each of the other ones. They are indistinct because they seem to be kind of like magical impressions of something that has happened before or is meant to happen and is not currently.
Right. Yeah, Frack shakes their head after a minute and just does not say anything to the others.
I
Carries
think,
on to where the pull is coming from.
I'd like to imagine that it's less that we've coordinated the rowing and more like Thorn found the rhythm that Singer Fluffington is rowing to, and he's just casually humming some Spanish song to himself while just rowing without care, because this is probably what he was doing on the way across. So it's crazy, guys.
Yeah.
That's a little toasted.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys do get all the way back across. An hour has passed. It is into dusk as you alight at the long dock and begin to climb your way out. When you step out and start walking away, the boat sinks again, once more beneath the surface and hidden away.
Bye bye, boat.
Do you
I'm just gonna start walking.
Yeah, I'm just like, do you
Yeah,
just start walking? Do you rush? Like, what is the urgency and or caution?
For me, none.
Just
Rex's
normal.
still like trying to focus in on this poll because the sooner they get this done, the sooner they can go home and stop making their bandmates think that they're losing their mind.
Amanda, you also have an at 20 now.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, thank you,
All
thank you.
right.
Everybody gets one.
So you guys walk along, you pass where that initial tasting of an apple and explosion had been. The sounds are initially you think it might be crickets, but you realize that it's probably the metallic leaves brushing against each other in a slightly high-pitched tone. And you do pass trees that are encrusted in diamonds and other jewels, as well as the metallic ones. And then
As yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
no, 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 good.
I was just gonna say that if as since you said it was dusk, as it starts to get darker, my staff just the tip of it just starts glowing bright.
Okay, yeah. So
That's
you do
all.
have light very easily.
nice.
It doesn't take as long as you expected, but it does take as long as at least as long as the initial walk had been. And then you see up on a small cliff face rising above the woods another castle. This other castle that the princess is supposedly in, though you still don't know what princess that is, Senor Fluffington. And there is the call of an owl roosting somewhere on one of the outcroppings up there. But it's really the first sign of animals in this side that you've seen so far or heard so far, Rosa.
A friend.
But with a little bit of searching, you might be able to find the end of the road. It does start to blend into the dirt, so it's somewhat difficult, especially with it being night. Would you like to make a search check or a other check of some kind, whatever you might have available among your skills?
Uh, I'll I'll probably go wolf form. Well, more wolf form because
Yeah.
technically I already am.
Yeah.
And I'll start sniffing out the rest of the road as once it starts kind of fading.
All right, so that does give you an asset on your tracking and observation.
Yeah. It's a 9.
Luckily, you have an asset. So you do manage to find the road as it goes to a slight, strange twist in the wall, the rock wall, and a hidden passage that is an oddly well kept but narrow set of stairs that leads up. You do not know where.
Does it still smell like perfume?
Yes. Stronger here.
The smell comes this way. Stronger.
Okay. Well, I guess we know they're here. I don't know.
Isn't this
Was
the
it that
same
way?
castle as before?
No, this is a different castle.
Get up. And I will start going upstairs.
Okay. You do have
will
to pass
follow.
one at a time. You do have to pass one at a time. As you go up the stairs, you will catch hints of the perfume, freshly picked flowers, materials like clothing materials that you don't quite recognize. You can tell that it is clothes of some kind, but the type of material is strange to you because you haven't smelled it before. It's just able to like kind of go along that same type of scent track. A variety of people, food.
Hmm.
Are you leading the way?
Me, yes.
Okay. The other two of you, are you just walking cautiously behind Senor Fluffington?
Yeah, I want to take the back flank, so I will be last and kind of keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I'll follow right behind Fluffington.
Okay. So you guys get to the top of the winding stair, and it, instead of having a door, seems to have a trap door above it that you would have to release to go up into a room.
Uh, I want to check. I'm gonna vibe check the castle again and see if there's some magical fuckery happening.
All right, give me another vibe check.
Certainly, almost certainly magical fuckery is afoot.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what? I'm not gonna roll. I'm gonna nat 20 that shit.
You're gonna nat 20 it because you're afraid of what the roll will be?
The magical
Yeah,
fuckery.
because I don't trust those dice right now.
So, with that nat 20, you definitely vibe check this castle. There is something strange to it. This is definitely where that pull of wrongness was coming from. It's almost like dramatic horror music in the background level of bad and wrongness. And the smell of food almost goes to rot. And kind of like that food that your family occasionally gives you right after the vet, that you know that they put something in, like that. A variety of women have passed through here, and even more men. Over 100 have passed through this stairwell. Initially, it's just this sense of wrongness, of something affecting something else here, something having corrupted. But underneath that, you can almost sense what it had been before it got corrupted. The joys of youth, having fun with your family, someone chosen to break a curse, a foolish father. Two trees that have become incredibly twisted.
How do I chihuahua this information?
Exactly. How do you chihuahua this information?
I think I'm gonna stop before I get to the trap door because I can't actually physically get to the trap door in my wolf form.
Nope.
Uh, and I think in an almost more serious tone than they've ever seen Senor Fluffington speak, he says, "This is like that other castle we've been to. Something, something, something really dark is happening here."
Cool. So let's assume everyone inside is dead and that some kind of magic is going to try and like get into our brains.
Don't touch the food.
Yeah.
It's evil food. And also, it smells of teen spirit.
You actually know that song, or is that like just a thing you heard?
It smells like the deodorant
I
Teen
don't know.
Spirit.
It just stinks. It's, um, I don't. This is
It's more like Axe than Teen Spirit.
Oliver. The Oliver is visiting. Hi, Oliver. Yes,
Aw.
I know. You're
Um,
a raggy boy.
It's a puppy. Okay, so don't eat the food. Don't dance. Stick together, I
Evil.
guess.
Yeah, evil should stick together. Sounds like a plan.
Cool.
You stay behind me. I'm going to hedge magic open the latch above me, if I can,
Okay, yes, you can.
and then just jump up into the whatever.
Okay. It was not locked, so it's pretty much just that it needed to be pushed. So very easy
Makes
to
sense.
hedge magic it open. And as you did you say you just like jump through or you just walk through cautiously?
Well, I'm in wolf form. I don't know that I can go up the steps. I've never. I don't know what the steps look like. If it's possible for me to go up cautiously, I will.
Yeah.
If not, then I'm just like wolf pouncing up and just getting ready.
So it is capable of being cautious. You can like do that kind of prowl around like when you're hunting one of your toys, or you can just full on I am a mighty wolf. I am going to jump through the opening and see what's out there.
I think I'm gonna be cautious then. I think I'm
Okay.
gonna prowl.
Okay.
Uh,
So
just
you
because Senior Fluffington, despite the fact that he's old, he does learn new tricks.
Okay. I'm surprised, but I am proud of him.
Very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, you step cautiously forward, moving slowly, scenting as you go along. And first your head peeks through, and then your body crawls out onto the floor. And you look around, and it is a very, very large room. Like, probably courtroom sized, but filled with a variety of beds because it is a group bedroom for princesses. So plenty of room, large beds, big. At the end of which is a gorgeous stained glass window. The beds are unmade and kind of dusty. There's a chest at the end of each of them, as well as a variety of wardrobes throughout the room. No one's there.
Yeah, I'm in a very, very. Is there like another door that I can see from where I am?
Oh, yeah. Across the room, there is a door.
Okay, I'm gonna slowly make my way to that door,
Okay.
sniffing and and just all of my senses, the arcane and otherwise, are at like a full blast. I am trying to take in as much data about my surroundings as I can right now.
Okay, so go ahead and give me first a stealth check since you are trying to be cautious, and then an observation slash perception check for what you happen to notice.
I actually rolled above a 10, so a 12 for my stealth.
Okay, okay.
And then what was the next thing you wanted me to roll?
Observation, perception to see what you happen to notice throughout the room and on the other side of the door.
I'm currently in wolf form, so that gives me an asset to my perception rolls.
Mhm.
I rolled an 11.
Okay. So as you walk through and you are silent as you are going through. It is probably the most coordinated and quiet that either of you have ever seen Senor Fluffington be.
It's a little bit of
Yes.
his stray dog coming out.
Yeah. You get to the door. The bad food you smell on the other side. It's very quiet in this castle, almost like no one is around.
I think just so that they know, as soon as I smell that scent, there's just this deep, soft growl of danger as I am like sniffing around the door.
Okay. So you guys also coming up into the room?
Yep.
Same description. It is a large, almost courtroom-sized bedroom of a variety of beds. Counting them out, there are 12 of them. Each of them unmade and slightly dusty, as if they have lain in disuse for a long period of time. A beautiful and well-preserved stained glass window at one end of the room, and then at the other end is a door that Senor Fluffington is very cautiously sniffing at and observing.
I think we probably hung back while Fluffington was like out sniffing around, and now we'll creep over to join them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are you also attempting to be cautious and stealthy?
Let's do
Yes.
some stealth.
Okay.
8?
8.
17.
All right. So Rosa,
Bump into something.
yeah,
Checks out.
Rosa behind
Yeah.
you is stealthy and ranger-like, bow out but not knocked yet, just ready.
Yeah.
And then we've got Vrac, big ol' shit kicker boots, thunk, 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 thunk. And we are going to take a break there because you will soon be rolling initiative.
Uh-oh.
Cool. Time to go get a drink.
Because the other two passed the stealth check, but Vrac did not. But we will
I am
be...
shit in big stompy boots.
Yeah, you are
That's so fair.
very loud
Yeah.
in your big stompy boots. But we will be back very shortly. Go ahead and do a bio break, get some water, get ready for some combat. I'm sure that you guys are glad that at least one of you has saved a nat 20 or two. So we will see you guys in a few minutes. And we are back. Welcome back from our brief break while we did things and I let the dog out and etc., etc., etc. So we should be settled and ready to go. Where we left off was Senor Fluffington carefully investigating the door and realizing that the bad food that he had smelled, the possibly drugged food that he had smelled, was on the other side of it, and Rosa being very stealthy right behind Vrack, who's going clomp, 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 clomp in their stompy boots. And that clomp, clomp, clomp does awaken something in the room. Vrack, you are probably the first to notice it without even having to roll, because there's a slight burn on your shoulder. It's like claws that almost, but not quite, dug in when you had been briefly in a different forest, running.
Oh no.
Attempting to find Thorn.
Oh no.
Thorn, I believe? Not porn.
Thorn. Thorn.
Thor. The captions
Thor.
are.
Fuck
not
you,
very-
captions.
Yeah, the captions are not doing well tonight.
The
They are
captions
not.
know that Valentine's Day is soon, and they are feeling a type of way.
Woo.
They really are. They really are. Because, like, no.
To be clear, Thorn.
Thorn. I was chasing Thorn, not porn.
Thorn.
Yeah, you were trying to find
Thorn.
where Thorn had gone because you were bouncing through a variety. Seriously, dog, why do you have to dig through your bed right now? Settle, please. Just settle.
Let's
So
see, earlier
you
Milo
read-
took off with one of my D20s, so
Yeah,
when he saw me being like looking around in a panic, he
Aw.
stole a D20 from my box.
I'm shocked. I hope he doesn't swallow it, but I am shocked. Cats. Anyway, so you feel this burn through your shoulder where that clawed hand had grasped you just before you disappeared through a reflection.
Oh,
And even with
no.
your memory issues, it is that distinct realization, as if it is imprinted on you in some fashion.
Ugh.
And you look around and you see the darkness from beneath the beds beginning to shift and writhe. You were saying that you were about to do something?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Vrack knows that they can do this. I think it's reflective when they feel the claws dig into them. But I am going to activate my ice armor.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
As you do that, Rosa,
Yeah.
the first thing that you would notice would probably be Vrack, like, suddenly frosting over with ice armor.
Yeah. They freeze. They literally stop moving for a second as they like go tense, and then frost just spreads over their whole body, including their
Okay.
guitar and their clothes.
So with that, everyone please roll initiative. It is a speed check.
Ooh, 17.
I'm telling you, this fucking dice is stacked against me. Like the dog inside is busted. I just rolled another 5.
Whew. Okay.
I am going to use danger sense. It says your
Oh, nice.
initiative task is eased.
Nice.
So I don't know what that means.
That means that you would go before the creature unless the creature is going to go on a turn that is past what you can roll anyway, which at your level,
Okay.
that is not the case.
Okay, cool. That was a 17 on my initiative.
Nice. So
Alright,
you go
so-
first.
Well, when players roll the same or close to it, they can, in each round, determine which one of them wants to go first or go in tandem.
But
So
they have danger
Vrac and
sense,
Thorn.
so hers is eased.
Yeah. Well,
So mine's
it's
actually one step harder. Well, I guess it's the same. Yeah.
yeah, it's the east
I'm not a
is
bad guy.
mostly yeah, the east is mostly against
For the bad guys.
villains. Yeah, the
Yeah.
bad guys. So Vrac and Thorn both got
We both
17.
stiffen up as we're like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And
I feel like I
then you
just hear
said
like
a
the
5.
of the ice, and I'm just like, uh-oh.
Yep.
All right. Fluffy got a 5.
Our elf sense is like going off.
Yeah, we need like a 5 counter for you at this point because that's a lot.
Do you remember that night we
That's
only
four-
rolled threes?
That's 4
Oh, yeah.
in game, but I've rolled like 5 other 5s while rolling on my own to see if the dice is balanced.
Jeez.
Grab a different dice.
No, I paid money for. Well, somebody paid money for this shit.
Theoretically,
It was-
you've now out of 5s. You've rolled all the 5s you're gonna roll tonight.
Yeah,
We'll see.
maybe. All right,
I haven't rolled above a 15 all day.
so you have been
Doing good.
like observing very carefully, Senor Fluffington. So you're sniffing and you're just like there's the bad food is on the other side, and you hear the clomping of Vrac approaching, which at this point you've kind of gotten used to because they do have very heavy boots that are audible at all times, apparently. Apparently. And then you hear like the strange cracking almost of ice, and that is what prompts you to turn around in time to see 4 shadowy shapes emerge from beneath the beds. They are kind of bipedal. It is hard to determine simply because it is night, and while there is light from your staff, that is going to mostly brightly illuminate immediately around you. And then it's shadowy illumination past that, and beyond that is just whatever light you are getting from the stars and moon outside through the very large stained glass window. So they are semi-amorphous and maybe 8 feet tall as they finish forming. 2 of them begin to rush towards Brack. 1 of them begins to rush towards Rosa. And the last one begins to turn and move in your direction, Senor Fluffington. But first in initiative would be Vrac and Thorn.
Thorn, you want to go first?
Sure. In which case,
You are the far fightier of the 2 of us.
immediately knocking the arrow and shooting. I'm assuming these things can be shot at.
Okay. Go ahead.
That was a 12.
All right. And there are 4 of them. Are you aiming for the one that is going towards you? Or are you aiming for one of the ones that's going towards Vrac? Are you aiming towards the one that's going towards Senor Fluffington? Where are you aiming?
I want to aim at the one attacking me first.
Okay. So, what did you say you rolled?
12.
12 does not hit.
12.
I know what that means.
Yes. So, the arrow seems to pass through it. This creepy, amorphous figure of darkness, this being made of shadow, the arrow just passes through it. You don't quite manage to hit in a way that it is solid enough for.
Okay. Good to
You
know.
do have fleet of foot, which means that you can move up to 50 feet. in a round if you so choose without having to roll a speed check to not trip or stop short.
Yes, I am going to try to get as much range as possible from
The
this
room
thing.
the room is easily about 100 feet wide. So yes, you can get to most of the way across the room if you so choose.
Yes, yes. I will do that.
Okay. All right. Vrak, you just saw an arrow pass through one of these things. And Rosa is
I have
booking it.
2 different ideas. I'm gonna roll on my chaos dice.
Okay.
Yes. Oh
Maximum chaos.
no.
Maximum chaos. We
Maximum
like chaos here.
We sure do. Okay. Yep. I am going to spend 2 intellect points.
Mm-hmm.
And so as the frost crackles up Vrak's body, it's actually going to concentrate on their forehead and make like a little spiky tiara crown type thing.
Okay.
And they are going to look almost taller, like it makes them look taller and more elegant than they would otherwise seem, as a raggedy rock star carrying around a big yellow guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And the creatures rush up to them and they stop and their eyes almost frost over as well. There's no pupils left anymore. And they just stare down these creatures with this commanding presence and they say, "How dare you attack me?"
Mm-hmm. And you are using an ability?
I am using my ability to command. I get
Okay.
free effort and persuasion tasks, and I convince people I'm very important. I get 1 round
Okay.
to talk to them, as long as I think it's as long as they're not attacking, or if I'm not attacking. I'm gonna look up those rules.
Okay, so to stop them, you will still have to hit their DC,
Yeah.
which, as this is going to be an intellect attack as opposed to a physical or speed attack, they are hindered.
Right.
So you are not aiming for a 15 this time. You are aiming for a 9.
Cool. And I'm going to use my free asset
Okay.
to make it even 1 step easier.
So that brings
So I
it
think I need
down
6
to
or better.
yeah, that brings it down to a 6 on one of them because that is 2 separate creatures.
I'm glad I brought it down because that was a 9.
Okay, so you do manage to stop one of them.
Okay.
Go ahead and re-roll for the other one.
Oh, 19.
All right, so yeah, that
It
one.
is very scared.
Yeah, so it is not necessarily that it's scared. You almost sense confusion as they do kind of get close. They are in immediate range, but they come to a staggering stop forward. And this close, you can see that while there are arms, the legs seem to shift back and forth between an almost snake-like amorphous tendril and legs and back again. The torso is not solid. It seems to almost be moving like smoke. The most solid portion of them does seem to be their long clawed hands. Their limbs are probably, when they are formed, half again as long as they should be, proportionately speaking. And
Freaky.
there is definite confusion, especially from the one that you rolled a 19 against. But they are stopped, and they are observing you in some fashion. Would you like to attempt to move an immediate distance or make a roll to move further? Or are you going to hold your ground as part of this effect.
I think I'm staying in place. Vrac, the smart thing to do, and if I'd rolled lower on my chaos dice, I would have booked it after Rosa. So I'm doing the opposite, which is just to stand here and stare them down.
Okay. All right, so with that, that does bring it to the creatures. The one that had been attacking you, Rosa, does give chase. It is not able to reach you this round because of how quickly you move, but it does look like it will be able to reach you within the next round and be able to attack then. So you are clear. Vrak, you are also clear because they are not necessarily enthralled, but they are reacting to your theoretically important or royal presence, whatever it is that you are attempting to project. Leaving the one that is rushing towards Senor Fluffington. Please make a defense roll. And please tell me which kind it is.
It's a 9 on the dice.
Mm-hmm.
I figure it's attacking me physically, so it probably might.
Might? Okay.
Because
So
sure,
with
I don't have
a
any
9,
special defense tests. So.
yeah. With a 9, and might is basically you are trying to like shrug it off or tough it out as opposed to dodging. With a might 9, it brushes against you and you feel cold dread, but it does not do damage because meets it beats it. They defend, and with this meta-wise, they do defend at a 15 because of their amorphous shadowy forms. But
Cool.
they're hindered on their attack because of that, and they are hindered mentally because of that.
Question: what it is the light that my staff generating affecting him at all?
No. You can see him more
Okay.
clearly because
Sweet.
it is a distinct shadowy form, but it is not seeming to hurt it at all.
Okay, makes sense. I figured mechanically it wouldn't, but like I wanted to figure out if it did. Okay, cool.
But that does bring us around to you, Senor Fluffington.
Um, well, there's only one thing I can do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to snarl at him
Mm-hmm.
and activate my resonance field.
Okay.
And so
Ooh, good.
there are across the back of Senor Fluffington's wolf forms, there are little pebbles and rocks and things, which is what gives him that little almost cyan streak to his hair. And they seem to almost sharpen, become more jagged as like a defense, like almost like a natural armor of sorts. And then I'm going to try to run past it towards
Okay.
everybody else.
All right.
Yeah.
So as you do so, I'm going to offer a combat intrusion to you.
I take it.
So he gets another attack on you from
Okay.
you attempting to move through him almost because of how weird and amorphous it is. It is a different type of attack. It is not a slashing attack. It is an intellect one.
Okay.
So whether you had resonance field up, you would have to roll intellect defense. You do get a experience point and one to give out.
Okay. I think I'm gonna give Vrak the experience point because this seems to be like something that they've already dealt with. So it makes sense to give it to the person who has a connection to it.
Okay.
At least because it's I don't know. That's just what it seems to me.
Okay.
I need to make a defense task. You said.
Yeah, intellect defense, please.
Oh, okay. This is an 11.
That still beats a 9, so you are good on that. You feel
Oh, okay, cool.
a strange sinking cold dread that you just shake off as you continue running. Because you are not attacking and your action is basically just get away, you can move up to 50 feet. Or if you choose to roll to like run, if you choose to do a speed task to attempt to do just a longer run, you would be able to get up to 100 feet away, which would be almost to the end of the room.
Um, wouldn't it technically still be 10 feet because I took an action?
Did you attack?
Activating activating resonance field is an action to activate.
Yes. So yeah, you in that case, if it is an action to activate, then yes, that is 10 feet, which is immediate. Or if you want to move outside of that 10 feet, you can roll a speed task of difficulty 4 to get past.
I'll try to do that. I'll try to do that. I'm trying to get. Trying to get to the others because that's kind of how Senior Fluffington thinks. He needs to protect
Okay.
them. So
Okay.
5 again.
All right.
I rolled
well,
another 5.
That
it
is
wasn't a
so
natural
many
one.
fives.
It wasn't a natural one, so you don't trip and fall, but you are distracted enough by the activation and by passing through this strange shadowy matter that you only get about 10 feet away.
That's fine.
Bringing us back around to Vrack and Thorn.
Use. Am I able to sense any creature within this immediate area?
You know for a fact that there is an owl, but it is outside.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There is possibly mice or bugs throughout the castle, but not people. And it would be reaching to call them, but you could attempt.
I'm going to attempt to call whatever critters and or buggies
Okay.
that might be. I'm going to spend an intellect to do that.
Okay.
It's an action to initiate.
All right, so you do manage to call a small horde of mice that have infested the castle. So you
Nice.
have
Alright.
a small swarm of them, essentially, that would be able to act on your bidding.
Sweet. I am going to then send the mice after the
The
shot.
thing that's after you? Okay.
Yeah. The one
Alright.
that's after me, yeah.
All right, so they will probably reach the shadow as it reaches you. It's basically it takes time for them to
Yeah,
form and
to
gather,
assemble,
so they
yeah.
would be able to act next turn. And it would be able to theoretically reach you this turn. You do have a distance that you are able to travel. If you would like to get further away, because it can only travel either 10 feet and attack, 50 feet and attack at a hindrance, or like possibly further and not do anything.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to move away.
All right. So you move further away another 10 feet, or you, again, fleet of foot. So you have 50. You wouldn't be able to travel the full 50, but you would be able to travel out of the 10. So
Yeah.
you get
I want to travel
another,
out, at least out of the 10. Yeah.
Yeah, you get probably another 20-ish feet away before you get to the stained glass window, and you are at the end of the room. You have nowhere else to go. Vrack, you have them briefly stunned and commanded.
Yep. I am going to continue eye contact with them because that's what you do with dangerous beasts. And still in my coldest voice, still coated in frost and with little icy spires coming out of my hair, say, "How dare you attack I am a guest of this castle. I demand you summon a servant to take me to your master immediately.
I would
I'm gonna use
like you.
persuade.
I would like you to first roll, and I am not going to tell you what it is because it is a
Ooh.
background thing, and then you can roll
Cool.
persuasion, which you are aided in.
High or low? What do I want?
You
Whatever.
don't know.
I don't know. Nat 20?
Okay.
Dang!
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh no.
All right. So
Major
that is
effect?
another asset on your persuasion. So you have an asset
Cool.
from your command, and you have an
Yep.
asset from your nat
From
20
my nat
that
20.
you got something out of. You don't know what.
Could I burn one of those nat 20s? Double 20? Double 20, I'm burning it. Let's do it.
So, as a reminder, their intellect, you are rolling for a 3,
Oh,
so
that's
a
true.
9.
That's
and so
true.
you already have 2 assets from it, bringing it
That's true, I'm
down
probably
to a
to
1. So
nothing.
you only have to go over 3
I'm not burning that nat
to
20 then.
succeed.
How's a 13?
It's over a 3.
Not 3. It's,
it's
more
not
than
3.
3.
It's more than
So
3.
I glare at them.
So they
With, like,
seem to
frosted eyes.
shift strangely, and it's not necessarily even that they shrink on themselves, but they seem less agitated. There's less movement to the smoky shadow that makes up their being. The one that was turning to attack Senor Fluffington also seems to, I don't want to say look up because they don't have distinct faces. And the one that was rushing at Rosa slows. It does not fully turn, but it does slow. I mean, it was attacked, so it's a little more motivated. Bringing us around to the creature's turn. The command from Vrak bought you around, Rosa. So it does slow to a stop.
Yes.
Are you going to have your mice attack it?
I'm going to say I'm going to halt them, as I don't want to break whatever enchantment just happened.
Okay. All right. So
But they
Senor
are. But I'm having them. I'm gonna have them like at the ready.
Yeah. So it's there. It is still facing you as much as you can tell. It is not moving forward. It is not turning and moving towards Vrak instead. Which is different than the one that is next to you, Senor Fluffington, that you weren't able to fully get away from. You see the claws almost twist as if it's reorienting itself to face Vrak instead of the door where it had been attacking you. This would be significantly creepier if it had features. But it doesn't attack you because it is also, at least for the moment, distracted by Vrak. Are you going to move towards your friends?
How tall is Vrak again?
Like, just under 7 foot? They're quite tall and thin. But these things are still like 8 feet tall, so they're much taller.
Okay, so I imagine you are not tall enough for me to just do the dog thing of standing between your legs defensively.
No, not at your current
So
size.
I will move to I will move over to where Vrak is and just stand at the ready around them.
Okay. All right, so you get over there and you are growling and standing at the ready. Rosa, you had that round bought for you. Are you going to do anything, or is it pretty much at the end of this round the one that is not convinced, essentially, goes to attack you?
can I tell that it's not reacting? It just slows but doesn't react. Is that correct?
It's slowed, it does not turn, it does not move towards them. You can tell that its attention is still on you. I would also like an intellect roll for history, remembering, etc., for any tales that you might recognize these creatures from.
That was only a 2.
Okay. They're creepy
No.
shadow monsters of some kind.
We've never heard
We're
this
not.
story before,
No.
ever.
Nope.
They
Nope.
Not
are not
single
from
one
a
of us.
story. This is pure homebrew.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, fantastic. You know what? You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna stick my rats on them.
You're gonna stick your rodents on it. Okay.
Yeah.
So they go to attack. Make an attack roll for your swarm.
I was an 18.
Oh, yes. Not only does that hit, that will do extra damage. So what does a swarm do?
You. I imagine it's sort of like that scene from like Nosferatu where they just
Swarm.
kind of form into one. They literally swarm, and
Yeah.
I feel they kind of. There's not really much to like climb onto, but I imagine they almost kind of like climb over each other and create sort of this
Mound
this sounded
of
true.
writhing
Yeah.
rodent.
Yeah.
So how
Yes.
much damage, I should have phrased it that way. How much damage does your swarm do?
That is a very good question. I actually don't know how that would be considered.
Well, do you have the description of your swarm ability?
Uh, it just says master one type of small creature, such as insects, rats, bats, even birds, and they respond to a number. Creatures within short range will not harm you or those you designate as allies for 1 hour.
Okay. So it does not have an attack for them yet. We will call it, since it is a small swarm, light weapon adjacent. So 2 damage plus the 2 from it being an 18 brings it to a 4. So that. All right. So it does seem to shift strangely, like parts of it are bubbling out in response to the swarm almost merging with the shadows and then back out and scratching and biting and squeaking at it in a somewhat horrendous cacophony of rodent, bringing us around to the creature's turn. If Vrak, you are just holding their action, are you going to attempt to do anything to the creatures now that you know that Rosa is having to attack one of them?
I'm gonna try and continue to control the ones that are around me and just
Okay.
sort of been like, hey, I said take me to your master, and like try to keep their attention on me.
Okay.
I'm gonna go full
So-
Karen on them.
All right. So take me to your manager. Like,
Yep.
you almost go blonde in that one moment.
I'm already, I got white hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just like
You,
slightly
you almost go
yellow-tinted.
blonde and
Yeah.
like have an even weirder bob than this shit going on with my hair right now. Like, Rosa, you almost even see a sweater vest form. It's
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
but
Is that
Whatever
what
I'm
the armor
summoning, it's
looks like?
bad juju. It's bad.
it's bad juju. But the creatures, the one that had attacked Senor Fluffington is now facing in your direction, and its attention does start to waver. It was not super close when you had done that command. And it looks like it's about to dart towards Rosa as well. The one that had been attacked attempts to move past the swarm to its target now. It can reach you, but it will be at hindered. So instead of dodging for a 9, you are now dodging for a 6. Yeah, so
Let's see.
6 or
Wait, I
better
have.
on might
Would
or
that
speed.
be? Would that be a speed defense task?
Yes, it is a defense task, and you are aiming for anything 6 or higher.
I am. I am trained in speed defense tasks.
Anything 3 or higher.
I hit a 3 exactly.
You are so lucky. You are so lucky.
So close.
You are so lucky that it had to move past an immediate distance to reach you. Alright, so it, again, seems to brush against you with claws that don't quite grip, and there's this cold, aching horror that comes along with it, but it does no damage. Senor Fluffington, Vrac has
Yes.
the 2 that are directly around you in hand, but one did just full sprint at Rosa and attempt to attack her. Rosa, did you make any sound when the claw passed through you?
I feel like it was something like a or like a just kind of a very like
So you would have heard
kind of
that,
sound.
Senor Fluffington.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. Um, as soon as as soon as I've realized Rack is fine,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to book it for anyone that is currently attacking Thor. Whoever is close and about to attack Thorn is going to get a mouthful of wolf teeth.
Okay, so I will need a speed check to reach them. Because
I
Thorn
am
has...
running.
Yeah, so that does bring it down to a 3 instead of a 4, so 9 or better. Because, yeah, Thorn has
13.
bonkers movement. Easily. So, yes, you are able to get just barely in reach, leaping over the mound of mice to attack this shadowy creature.
There's just a little bit of a, oh, hi guys, as I jump over them and then go directly into mauling.
Mhm.
I'm going to just maul. I'm going to bite. I'm going to rip and tear.
Yeah.
Let's see. Natural 20 because I switched dice.
Oh!
Woo!
Very, very good.
That is
Obviously,
a
you
big
hit.
change from the 5s.
Do you want to just do the extra damage with that?
Yes.
Okay.
For sure.
Because that's 4 extra damage.
Yeah, so it's a total of 8 damage.
Yeah. So
Because I am in wolf form and that deals 4 damage.
Yeah. So even with the shadowy armor effect that they have from being semi-incorporeal, that takes their damage from... so 8 minus 1 is 7. I will go ahead and say that it does manage to dissipate. So you are leaping towards this creature, and it's this high-pitched, ghostly shriek as your claws and teeth sink into it. And it tastes like cold. It tastes like frozen, rotted meat, almost. So, like, not even the good type of old meat. Like, rancid and sour. At the same time as being as cold as ice. And then it
Been there before.
fades to nothing in your mouth and disappears.
I almost I almost picture it like I lunge over the rats, rip into it, like I just land. Like if it was an actual person, I would like collapse them to the ground. But
Mm-hmm.
because they dissipate, I just land into like a almost like an Akira turn of just standing at the rutting from Thorn, just body blocking wolf form.
All right. But
Nice.
yes, so Thorn, you are saved by the wolf.
My hero.
Yes. Because yeah,
You got to be careful; they taste bad.
you guys did a total of 10 damage to that thing, um, which is more
Amazing.
HP than it had. But the other three are still held by Vrak, and with the dissipation of the one that had been attacking Rosa, they do seem to turn their full attention towards you. The one that is by the door that you had almost lost to the fight moves its limb and it passes through the door as if it's gesturing like this way.
I will sweep regally after it, staying in
Okay.
character, and hope that the others pick up on what I'm doing.
The other two of you see frosty footprints left behind where Vrak passes.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
Yes. And
Are
I'm
you
I'm taking my mice with me.
okay? So they like shift and weave behind you, ready and waiting to act. Vrak, you reach the door. It is unlocked if you choose to open it,
Yep.
because all three of the shadows do pass through as if unimpeded by physical matter.
If I was actually the player, the character that I'm pretending to be, I would be like, oh, I have to open the door on my own. How dare! But it's Rack, so they just open the door and walk through.
Okay.
They're
So
used to
as you
opening
pass
their own
through,
doors.
you see another bed, this one a small cot, almost unslept in, but still dusty, with a plate of old, rotted, sour food sat on top, an empty basket, and a long royal hallway that would have tapestries and hangings, but seems to be writhing with shadow. But you know which direction to go.
Seems. I'm going to follow them if they're leading me, because I assume that's going to take me to the master of the castle.
It's gonna take you somewhere.
Yep.
The two of you?
I would like to keep my perception and open for two things:
Okay.
bad things and bad magic things.
Okay. Um, the hallway is filled with writhing, evil shadow. And you pass a plate of uneaten, rotted, drugged food. You don't even need to roll for
Bad.
that. You are fully aware of the fact that you are in a bad place. This is the bad place.
Oh no, this Rack knew that the moment we stepped in here. You were like, oh hell no. Mm-mm.
Thorn?
I am just keeping my mice close to me, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna be kind of at the ready and seeing what to do because I can't really make out anything.
Okay.
So I'm gonna follow cautiously.
Okay, so passing through, it's almost like the tendrils of shadow reach out to you, walking slowly. And where there would normally be the thunk, thunk, thunk of Vrak's shit kicker boots. It's just a slight crunch of ice, muted almost, as if by the infinite darkness around you. And it gets darker and darker, and the only way that you can see is the light still shining at the end of Senor Fluffington's staff.
I got you, gang.
Strangely, none of the
Thank you.
tendrils reach for the staff.
I am.
They brush against
Vrak
the
is
three of you,
interesting.
not doing any damage, but they don't get near the staff.
Interesting.
Vrak is trying hard to focus on projecting that like air of cold. I don't care because I'm important. Like
Okay.
that regal, I'm an important fae, don't fuck with me. But inside they're like, shit, fuck, I hate this, get out of here, run.
So I would like a performance, which
I
you
am
have
skilled.
an asset from being skilled.
Ooh,
You have an
that is true.
asset from your success earlier. And you
Nice.
have a third asset from the thing that you do not know about.
Oh, no. That is a 16.
Easily.
I'm-
Easily.
Yep, all the terror is not on my face. It's all just in my head.
You look as if this is exactly where you are meant to be and where you want to be. You are regal, you are unbothered. These are peons beneath your feet.
Thorn, Fluffington, this is not a side of Vrak you've ever seen before. They are like not afraid to like roll in the dirt, to like pick their nose, like just they're gross. They're a gross, weird little punk rocker. They're not this scary fae thing. But they can act like it sometimes, I guess.
It's
Additionally-
very intimidating and a little hot, gonna be honest.
Additionally, where Vrak's feet land and those crunchy, icy footprints had been left, they almost spider web out with ice that starts to encroach on the shadows around you.
Oh no.
And where
The
the ice
volume
is,
of
the
the like,
shadow,
oh shit,
Yeah.
in Vrak's head just turns up. They're like, oh shit.
yeah, and where the ice is, the shadows also do not venture.
Yeah, man, if I wasn't playing a Chihuahua, I would understand what this means.
No.
I would like to see if Vrak finally understands what this means. Please make a
Oh.
roll for me.
Alina thinks they do, but this is Vrak we're talking about. Vrak's an idiot. 11.
11. Something about it is uncomfortably familiar. You do not know what it is.
Oh, I wonder what it is.
But you guys
This is bad,
walk
y'all.
down what you only vaguely recognize to be an extra wide, regal staircase that is almost a tunnel of the writhing shadows that only dart and move away from the spears of ice that Vrak leaves and the staff that Senor Fluffington has hovering around you. And instead of taking you to the courtroom as you had expected, it takes you around and through another hallway and then out into the gardens. We are, by the way, at about 2 hours and 42 minutes of stream. Do you guys want to find out what happens and interact with that scene next time? Or do you want to just keep going before I present the scene to you?
I'm on the. I keep going.
Yeah, keep going. I need
Yeah,
to know.
okay. How tired are y'all? Because it's only like 8 o'clock where I am.
It is only 9. I'm good to go.
Nice.
Okay. So as you walk out into the garden, past the kitchen that you only vaguely recognize was there, because these are not the royal gardens, these are the kitchen gardens and the flower gardens that are used to pick the flowers for the princesses to carry. The shadows almost open up and blossom outward. You can see the strange, twisted growth of the castle kitchen gardens, the walls writhing with those same strange, shadowy figures. Some of the plants seem to almost be presented up out of the ground by skeletal hands. And then passing around one corner and then another, led by the shadows that then melt into the ground and remerge with the shadowy ambiance around you, is a hatchet buried in the ground before two strange pots. They had at one point held trees. They're fairly large pots, but the trees weren't particularly big. Broken around them is what had once been a pair of laurels, two laurel trees. The leaves scattered and decayed around it, and the trunks that are left behind, broken and shattered by whoever had chopped them down, bleed a black ichor. Spiraling up from it is a figure in a cloak, almost merged with the ichor, seeming to be made the cloak itself by that same shadowy matter of the figures that you had fought. And as the head rises and looks at you, two glowing purple eyes, a long hooked nose, and taut, bony features, seeming to rot with skin and pustules. Child of an ally comes to visit. What audience do you seek, young princess?
Do I have any idea who this is?
No.
No. Mm-mm.
Rosa, or not Rosa, Thorn. You do. You don't have to roll. What you had missed, what had seemed familiar, but was just out of reach, were tales of the dark forest that was not too far away from Sanctuary. The forest that your aunts had repeatedly warned you to never go in. The forest that Vrack had stopped in once on their attempts to reach you in Sanctuary. This is the hag that rules over the forest there, or at least some extension therein. A witch of death and decay.
So this is why I'm not supposed to come here.
But
oh dear.
The three of you stand in audience, at least for the moment, welcomed by a very powerful hag.
I have no idea who this
that
is.
seems to be growing up out of the black, blood-like goo that seeps from the broken laurels.
I bet she
I
smells
will-
horrible. Right?
Stare
yeah.
for a moment with my mind absolutely blank, and then I'm like, shit, okay, no, pretend. Okay, back in the roll. Whew. And then, like, this is all internal, and then Brack's face goes, I bring greetings from the frozen heart of winter. How fares your land?
Rotting teeth and almost yellowish green spittle as she cackles at you. There's no response beyond that.
Cool.
What do you choose to do?
Does she seem to have a stick?
Thinking very fast.
Does she seem to have what?
A stick?
She is growing out of two trunks that are stick-like, but beyond that,
She is a stick.
you cannot see what her hands may be holding because they are covered by the shadowy cloak.
Cool. Senor Fluffington looks like he's thinking about ripping this person's head off at this moment. He's not having fun in this location. But he has enough wherewithal to wait for danger to present itself before acting.
Vrack once again stares for a minute, thinks very fast, and goes, "Do we have the hospitality of your halls? Our journey has been long."
One does enjoy tweaking the nose of the living. I enjoy your boldness, little princess. Lost though you may be. Come
My
peace in
court
halls.
was ever known for its boldness.
Yes, your court. Feast in my halls. Take your rest among my shadows. Your hospitality, for the moment, is granted.
Incline my head, wriggly. I am in her halls.
With that, you do see more easily through the shadowy, I won't even call it an illusion, but the shadowy drape that is among the various rooms and gardens of the castle. So you can see, like through a fog, beyond it. You can see the outside walls of the garden. You can see back towards the castle. But she just continues hovering there above the two laurels, unmoving. You have been granted hospitality for the moment.
Great.
You're not sure
I
if
will-
she's going back to being dormant or asleep or just ignoring you.
Yeah, I will also say, we shall speak again once I am refreshed. Thank you for your hospitality, and sweep out of the courtyard. And as soon as we're out of sight, I'm gonna look around and start for my companions to be like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Don't attack anyone though. Shit, fuck.
No.
Okay, so my aunties, they used to warn about the Hag of the Dark Forest, and I think that's
Oh
the
shit, is
hag.
this the Dark Forest?
Yes, it's the Dark Forest, the one I was
Oh,
warned to
fuck.
never go to.
We're
We are
totally
so
fucked.
fucked.
are we supposed to do in the fucking dark forest?
I don't know. Why did it pull us here?
I went. Never mind.
Hmm.
So you're almost to the kitchens to exit the gardens. Are you going back inside?
They are.
You're still
Oh,
standing
no.
there?
Party. Splitting the party.
I am still watching this witch
Oh,
lady.
no.
Yeah. Hag.
So, watching her, she is still partially formed, growing up from the black ichor that bleeds from the broken trees.
Yep.
Head not dropped fully, like she is dead, just drooped down, so that you can't really see details on her face anymore. She seems unconcerned with you.
Can I vibe check her?
The vibes
You
are
are
bad.
welcome
The vibes
to
are the
attempt
worst.
to vibe check her. What are you trying to
Okay.
find out? Because without having to roll, you know she bad.
Hmm. I think. I'm. Or Senior Fluffington doesn't know it for sure, but I think he's trying to figure out if she's the pull. So, kind of figuring out how imminent the danger is in a scale of we need to deal with this now. We can kind of ignore it for a little bit, or this is a problem for another person type of scale.
Okay. Go ahead. Your difficulty is 6.
19.
19.
Amazing.
She is not real. She is like a projection of wherever she happens to be. But her entire attention is wrapped in controlling and influencing the 2 stumps of broken tree that she grows out of. It is her influence and connection to these broken laurels that has drawn you here. Joel also suspects that this is one of the hags of the coven.
I figured as much. Yeah. Okay. Are the
Great, y'all.
stumps real?
The stumps
Like, are there
are
actual
very real. Yeah, they are like they are each in a pot that is maybe a small wheelbarrow worth of size. So several feet across, a couple feet deep. And the broken branches around them are rotted. The leaves are still somehow there, though they have rotted as well. And yeah, they are real broken wooden tree stumps of some kind that are bleeding this strange, shadowy, black goo of decay.
It was nice knowing you guys. I am going to try to move one of them with hedge magic as quickly and far away as possible from her as I can at this moment.
Make a roll.
15, and I am skilled in magic. I don't know if that helps. I also have a charge in my staff that I don't know if I don't remember what the staff does.
I believe
I am actually legitimately just
it should
so
be on your
nervous
character
about doing
sheet
this.
as well. But I sent you
I forgot to paste it, I
the
guess.
detail for it. Let me find it because I'm sure that I probably pinned it as well. Staff of the Thorn Hag. Each character grants an asset on an action, on action abilities which cost intellect to use, which this does.
Which this does.
Yeah. When you run out of charges, roll a d20 for depletion. All right, so you are using one of the assets from the staff. You are trained in magic.
Yeah, this is my last one too.
Okay. So that drops it first from a 7 to a 6, and then from a 6 to a 5.
So I meet it.
You meet it. It
Yes!
shakes.
Magic dog.
Magic dog! It shakes and vibrates and twists and goes rolling, and it's not like a strong push that sends it reeling away, but it rolls maybe 10 feet instead of being directly next to. The gooey black ichor that bleeds from it drips and splatters as it rolls, peeling her away from this tree, this broken stump. And you hear a slight sigh of relief in your head. Something that you can sense. Feeling that slight break from her and just sighing in relief. And then her head snaps up, and the glowing purple spreads throughout her body. The shadows around you writhe. Please make a defense roll.
Cool.
Difficulty of 6 against the shooting shadows that lash out to grab hold of you. Does not meet the 18 that you need. Shadows dart forward, piercing into your body and holding you steady, dealing a whopping 6 points of damage.
That's fine.
And around you, you can feel cold, aching dread.
Oh, actually, it's
armor.
It's actually less than that because I have armor. Yeah.
Yeah. Armor.
So glad I have
I
ice
built
armor.
my wizard to be able to tank.
Oh boy,
Yes.
y'all.
So this and then also MLAS Revenge has dropped you a nat 20 because
Nice.
to quote them, you
Thank
might
you.
need
I'm
it.
gonna need it.
Yeah. So you feel
There
this
is nothing
deep
bolder than a fucking chihuahua.
aching
No,
dread.
that's true.
You feel this deep aching dread.
Mm-hmm.
And then from somewhere deep in your soul, something cries out in panic, trying to reach forward to assist you, but not quite reaching. But you have to get back to your kid. You have to get back to your kid. It is the most important thing to you right now. You can't lose him again.
Cool.
You can't lose him again. You are frozen with fear and terror for a round.
Cool.
The effect
Cool.
of the
Yeah,
spearing shadow.
Yeah. Yep.
Where you
Yep,
guys are almost walking into the castle, you belatedly realize that there is no soft pads of a large wolf behind you. And then the shadows around you writhe and flare and grow and disappear. They have moved elsewhere.
Let's know, you guys.
What you doing?
Rack for a moment, I think, is like, cool. She's letting us inside. Great.
I
But
look
does
around.
Thorn notice that, like, we're missing one?
I feel like Thorn would notice.
Yeah.
And it's like, where's Fluffy?
Oh, fuck. Rack looks, there's no Fluffy. Ah, shit. They're gonna turn around and go back.
I think we have to.
I think that hospitality's off the table now.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
You running back?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so this is a boss level fight that you guys are running into again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that you remember how difficult it was to hit the first tag.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
this is just
This is worse.
a courtesy warning.
This is so much worse.
Yeah, because the other hag was amused by you. This is
Yeah,
also
I may
luckily
have
this is
insulted
also
myself.
luckily not her physical form.
No.
So she is having to reach through something to get to you.
Hopefully we can figure out how to get her off of all of the plants.
So you go rushing back, and there is this shrieking sound that Rosa, you recognize, sounds similar to when that one shadow died in front of you. As you go skidding around the wall to where this writhing mass of darkness has encompassed the area of the garden that you had just exited. It blocks your sight of whatever is going on. Would you like to hold your same initiative from last time, or would you like to reroll?
No, fuck that. I don't want to re-roll. Fuck that. I don't want. I don't want to go
Okay,
last.
we're
Roll
re-rolling.
fresh.
Rolling fresh. Give me your results.
Are you
Wow.
fucking kidding? 9.
18.
Okay.
I've been on
wait.
fire
also-
tonight.
I'm gonna use my nat 20.
You're not 20 for your initiative.
I wouldn't waste that on an initiative. Nat 20 is much
I'm
more
not
useful.
gonna use it on my initiative.
Okay.
I have thought about it for all the words, and no.
Yeah.
I also rolled a 9.
All right, so we've got Fluffy and Thorn at 9.
Yep.
All right. So for this next round, I would like you to make an intellect defense for me, Fluffy, as the hag attacks you once again.
12.
12. 12 is not going to be high enough. So as the shadowy spears further dig in and start to wrap around your organs in an attempt to squeeze, you take another 6 points of damage.
Oh no.
Is this to my might or to my intellect?
This is to your might.
Well, okay. It was how much? Sorry?
6 points.
How much?
6 points.
I would be so dead. Very, very dead
Okay,
by now.
So that's 5. Okay, I still have a singular point.
Yeah.
Because I am in my wolf form, which gives me 2 additional
That's
points
true.
to my might pool.
So the reason why you are making intellect defense against the shadows that are currently writhing inside of you is because you are fighting against their corporeality. But they are making a physical attack on your organs. They are quite literally attempting to squeeze your heart until it stops.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, Chihuahua's hearts go fast.
That does bring us to Vrac. Oh, also, Senor Fluffington, past the intense pain and the panic and the need to get back to your boy, you hear the scraping of a pot on the ground.
Oh, quick question.
Yeah.
I need to recharge my staff. How does that? I read the
Roll
thing.
roll a d20.
16, 18.
18. All right, so it is not a 1, so it is not broken. It is
Yeah.
above a 5, so it is not exhausted. Thus, you regain all 5 charges.
Perfect. Perfect fucking timing. Amazing. Thank you.
Because you're really going to need it.
I'm gonna ruin.
Oh God,
I'm
will you
gonna
never
ruin
need.
every hag's life in this
This is
fucking
a
world.
level 7 artifact that you
Yeah, she sure
managed
is.
to steal off of that other hag. All right.
Okay.
Vrak, you have a giant mass of shadow writhing like a dome in front of you, encompassing the section of the kitchen garden that you had gone to as if it was the court of this semblance of the hag. You cannot see what's happening within, but you can probably hear faint sounds of scratching, the snarls and high-pitched shrieks of the shadows, and possibly the pained grunts of a large wolf.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I noticed the shadows weren't coming close to me before. They were staying away from my footprints.
Yeah, they were.
Okay. I'm going to very chaotic. Okay. I am going to glance sideways at Thorn and go, stick close. I hope this works. And like, grab Thorn and we're going through together. I want to just push my way through the shadows. Hope that my ice armor holds up.
So, out of courtesy to someone, they had not been encroaching on the claimed space of someone from that court.
Mm-hmm.
It was not aversion or pain. Therefore, you do have to roll an intellect defense as you attempt to pass through the wall of shadow.
Yep.
It is going to be a difficulty 6 because it is just the wall.
Is it a mental attack?
It is not a... It is basically like rolling to disbelieve in Dungeons and Dragons. It is...
Okay.
It is
Yeah.
this setting's version of a will save.
Then I will put an effort on this, but I don't think I'm hindered because it's
Okay.
not a direct mental attack.
Yeah.
So it's still a 6, which goes down to a 5. I need 15 or better.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 15.
15.
Just a 15.
Meets it, beats it. So,
Oh boy.
as you pass through, the ice around you almost seems to crack in response, but it holds steady, and you push through. And you said you're dragging Rosa with you?
Sorry, Rosa.
Yes.
Rosa,
Yep.
also please make an intellect defense for passing through the area effect.
No.
I was hoping that the ice would protect us, but no.
No. Can I use one of my assets?
You have a banked asset from...
Yes. I have 2 assets. Baked.
Okay, then yes, you can use one of your banked assets to bring it down
Good,
to
because
a
I just rolled a
difficulty
9, and I'm gonna.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah.
Well, so that brings it down to a difficulty 5, so that's still 15.
Ah, no, I didn't make it.
Oh no.
So you do feel yourself being squeezed and start to become cold and languid and almost tired, passing through the deathly shadows that have formed the wall of almost ghostly material, taking 4 points of damage from
Okay.
it.
Sorry. Frank's great ideas.
Not so great. But you do make your way through the shadow without having to use any of your movement because Rack was the one that was pulling you.
True, true.
And you can see, again, as if through a fog. So it's hazy, but you can see that some of the shadows are slowly starting to drag one of the tree pots and it back toward where the hag is posed protectively over the other, as if it had been moved. And then in the center of this square garden area is Senor Fluffington in his wolf form, almost fallen to the ground. Countless spears of shadow through his body. No blood, just piercing through him as if ghosts through a wall. To act beyond your movement will require a roll, but if you would like to attempt to, you can, Vrak.
I would like to inspire aggression.
Okay. I'm assuming in Fluffy?
Yep.
Okay.
As there's a moment of shock when I see Fluffy like completely speared through.
So first make a movement check to make sure that it didn't just take too much time to get through the wall.
Yeah. 10.
Doesn't quite meet it.
No, it took too long.
Yeah, it took too long. It was too hard to push through. It was harder than you expected.
Yes.
Because you
It's
thought
too
the ice
shocking
was gonna
seeing the
help
puppy
you.
dog. Yeah.
So unfortunately,
Puppy
you will
dog
have to wait
hurt.
until next round.
That
But
is
that does
fine.
bring us around to Senor Fluffington and Thorn. It is your mutual turn. Who would like to go first, or would you like to attempt to work in tandem with each other?
I know what I'm gonna do.
Ooh, I get an asset. Thank
Mm.
you.
Do you have anything specific you'd like to do, Thorn?
No, I'm just going to do a straight attack
Okay.
at this point.
You got a bow.
Mm-hmm.
Evie, am I able to see the shadows dragging the
Yes, you can.
pod? Are they okay, just so I understand, are they like the figures we fought, or are they just actual shadows?
Tendrils of shadow. You know, kind of like tentacles, but made out of weird, ghostly, smoky material.
Okay. I don't know that this is gonna work. Oh man, actually. I'm gonna drop out of my wolf form,
Okay.
which is I think I can do that for free.
Yeah.
That puts me at 0 might.
Yep.
But I'm going to reach into my I don't know, like a little satchel that I might have attached under my clothes. I'm gonna pull one of the dragon teeth and I'm gonna plant it directly into the ground beneath me.
Okay. Using your
Nice.
last cipher.
Ooh.
All right, would you like to remind the audience that might not have been around when you acquired this?
So we all had magical items that were one use. I found a little bag with 3 dragon teeth, which are they're dragon teeth, but they kind of work like seeds, where you plant them and then from it sprouts a fully armored knight that fights for you.
Mm-hmm.
So am I wrong? That is what I remember that it does.
I'm pretty sure that it's 3 knights.
Yes, I have three uses of the item, but I thought it was one person per team.
Let me look at the artifact, or not the artifact, the cipher, as I am pretty sure that's actually supposed to be 3 warriors per tooth. But let me check.
I mean, I'll take it if you want to give it to me.
Fairy tale. We are all mad here. Opening it up. And then we are going to.
I was about to use hedge magic to illuminate that pot that was being dragged by the shadows, but I didn't know if that was going to help, and I feel this is more helpful than that.
Probably.
This is very
Ciphers and
good.
artifacts. Alright, so.
Yeah, because I don't think we ever posted it in the private chat.
Dragon's blood, dragon's teeth. When planted, the dragon's teeth grow into 3 fully armed warriors. The warriors can understand verbal commands of the person who planted them. Once they are grown, commanding them is not an action. They can make attacks and perform actions to the best of their abilities. The warriors can never go further than a long range from the character who planted them. So, and planting the teeth is an action, which is what you took. It does take 2 rounds for the teeth to grow into the warriors. So you need to hold out for 2 more rounds before they will be able to assist you.
I should be fine.
But yeah,
Might
so
die
it's
after
just
that.
yeah, it's just the pouch you had also happened to have 3 teeth in them. So each tooth gives you 3
So I get a
warriors.
total of 9 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, so you've got 2 rounds before your warriors pop up.
Oh, also, Alina, remember you also got an experience point from.
Oh yeah.
Intrusion.
Yeah, I wrote that one down. Cool.
Oh, and
Okay,
another
I just
asset
remember.
from Big Frickin' Sweet to Amanda.
Yay!
Woo!
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Assets.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. So we have got, and so that was your last cipher. So you are out of ciphers. You can't plant another dragon tooth, essentially.
Yeah.
Are you going to attempt to move at all? Back up, move forward. You've got 10 feet approximately. And remember that you are now considered impaired. Because your might went to 0.
I will attempt to move, yes.
Where are you moving?
I'm going to try to ignore all of the shadows and move as fast as I can in the direction of the pot that is being tended right now.
Okay. So moving towards the pot, you would pretty much almost get there. It's just that you can't really do anything once you get there.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah. Bringing us to Thorn. You said you were going to attack?
Yes.
Okay.
However, what can I see? Like, how like?
So
what can I see with my elven eyes?
Yeah. Yes. To set the scene.
Yeah.
It is hazy and foggy, and it is difficult to see, but you can see the shape, the movement, and the approximation of Senor Fluffington, having been a wolf, that form dropped, and it is back to the bipedal wolfman form of Senor Fluffington as he stumbles back up to his feet and presses something into the ground, you do not know what, before staggering toward the pot that had been moved. The shadows that had been reaching into his body, darker tendrils that you could not see through, stretch with him. They are anchored currently.
I want to attempt to attack the tendrils.
Okay.
To try to either dissipate or disconnect them in some way with. Let's find out.
So, what? How are you attacking them?
With my bow
Okay.
and arrows
Okay.
And my axe.
and by axe.
Exactly.
Hi, Milo. 1 second.
Milo.
Milo.
Oh.
Milo did not give me luck. It was only a 5.
Aw. So unfortunately, your arrow just flies a little wide. It's hard to aim at the equivalent of weird shadowy ropes. And it just pings off of what you realize is probably the cobblestone of the pathway that was beneath them. As you do that, are you going to attempt to move at all?
I'm going to try to get closer.
Okay. To what?
To Fluffy.
With your movement, you can get to anywhere in the space because it is only about 50 by 50. So you can, in a turn without having to roll for it because of your fleet of foot,
Okay.
get to wherever you want in the
Yeah.
space, essentially.
Cool. Cool.
I think as you approach Fluffington, you hear that he's mumbling under his breath. He's just going, I need to move the pot. The pot needs to stay away. It's just this over and over again, just mumbling about the pot.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. So you move over towards Senor Fluffington, bringing us around to the hag and the shadows that she controls. Around you,
Bring it on.
the wall of darkness writhes again, and there's almost the start of this permeating stink of decay that starts to fill the space. I would like both Thorn and Vrak to make defense tasks. This can be either might or speed, as it is the initial attack of the shadows reaching out for you.
Oh,
Now remember,
that's a 9.
this initial attack is at a 7, so you have to either be trained or put effort to be able to succeed.
Yep.
Okay.
Nope.
So as these tendrils of darkness spear out like shooting tentacles from the water, wrapping around and then into your bodies, they do deal that initial 6 points of damage as they spear through your physicality and start to wrap
cold
you.
damage?
It is not cold damage.
Okay, then I get 5 damage, not 4.
Okay.
There. I have 1 point of armor.
Yeah.
Plus 2 against
squad.
cold. Yeah.
All
Now,
right.
how much damage was that?
6.
6.
Yeah.
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 Big boss. Big boss.
Sorry, guys.
I can take 1 more of those hits.
Just that? Just one?
You are muted. Oh, you're talking to the husband. Okay. Hi, husband.
Okay,
And
I'm back. I'm sorry.
I would like a... Did
I can
you
go through my
reach
speed.
the pot, but you weren't able to grab onto it yet because you only reached it?
Yeah.
So it does begin to be dragged another couple of feet as part of her movement. She herself is not moving from the other one. So currently, all you guys are having to face are the shadows that she controls, which in their action have strike or move. It is an area effect, so they either strike or they move. They are attempting to move the pot and have struck you. Vrak, it is your turn.
How close is everyone to the pot that she's attached to?
That she's attached to about 5,
Yeah.
or not 5, 10 feet. About 10 feet from.
Okay, yeah, no. Then I'm going with my original plan, and I'm going to, even though I've been stabbed with shadow spears, I'm going to start playing. It's like, oh, you don't want me to start singing, and start inspiring aggression in our
Right,
dear fluffy friend.
I would like to remind you guys that the golden apple is not the only Cypher, manifest Cypher, that you guys had on hand, because the other two of you also grabbed a couple of Cyphers from that initial fight against the first tag.
Yep.
Kitty Tail.
I have my eat me,
Is that
but
what
I
that is?
don't know that's going to do a lot of good to the hearer.
Okay. So you are inspiring aggression on
Yeah.
Senor Fluffington.
Senor Fluffington.
Would you like to
This will
remind us what that does?
Yeah, that will give them an acid on might attack rolls for 1 minute. On all might attack rolls, 1 free 1 every round.
Okay. All right. Bringing us to Thorn and Senor Fluffington.
Yes.
I have. Do you want to go first, or you want me to go first? Actually, let me go first because what I'm about to do is going to change things.
Okay, I'm going to stop Milo from eating my pen, so I will
Cool.
be back.
I'm also
Okay.
moving as far away as I can for free.
I'm going to grab the pot that's in front of me, and I'm going to shout, "You will not keep him from me," and just throw it with all of my might as far away as I can.
So the shadows do have a hold of it, so
Natural.
you aren't going to be able to throw it currently. You can attempt to wrestle it from their grip, though. So that is a might task. It is
Which you get an acid on.
It is a difficulty 4. So that brings it down to a 3. So you have to roll a 9 or better.
I'm gonna re-roll with my experience point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. So you manage to wrench it from the shadow's grip and start to pull it away. With that being a major effect, I will say that you manage to also stumble back while holding it about 5 feet, getting it further away. It is not fully thrown, but you have moved it further.
Oh, in that case, instead of throwing it, since I'm holding it, I'm gonna just turn and run away from the hag. Because I haven't used my movement this turn, so I'm gonna use that to get further away.
Incredibly heavy. You rolled a nat 20, which is why you were able to stumble with it. For Joel, you remember attempting to carry those giant rocks in the backyard? That, but bigger. And heavier. So
I don't move. I'll stay there.
Yeah, so you can stumble the 10 feet as you roll for it. So immediate distance while this is in your hand is what you have to roll for.
I'll roll for it just to say it. The worst that can happen is I stay still. So 18.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, so you manage to stumble back another 10 feet. So you do have it a full, at this point, 20 feet away from the hag. Thorn?
Yes.
It is your turn.
Okay. I'm looking through my skills and I was like, unfortunately, I have an inability with moving, bending, or breaking things.
Cool.
That doesn't mean I'm going to not at least attempt.
Yeah.
To go to. So the shadows are still attached to the pot, is that correct?
No, they have been, or She is attached to one of them because there was two pots because
Yes,
there were
correct.
originally two laurels. One of them got wrenched away via the magic effect previously. The other one, Senor Fluffington, has pulled, and then the other one was still in place, and that is what the hag is growing out of. So there is one that is free, not attached to shadows. Senor Fluffington has gotten it a full 20 feet away from her. And then there's the one that she is like a parasite leeching out of.
I'm going to let's see if I do this. I'm going to attempt to shoot an arrow at the pot that she's attached to, trying to break it.
Okay. This will take multiple attacks to attempt to break the pot because they are fairly sturdy. And so you'll have to do a decent amount of damage to be able to sunder the pot.
Okay. Okay. I am going to use an asset on this roll.
Okay. You can also apply effort to deal more damage.
Okay. I only also rolled a 5.
All right, so the arrow pings off of the pot. It like hit against the metal banding that holds the pot together.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't do any damage.
And I'm going to assume that my mice did not make it through the shadow portal.
You can try to call them through.
Okay. I'm going to also try to call them to see if they can get in.
Okay. Please make a roll for how they manage to deal with the effect of the shadow wall.
Damn, that was a 9.
You can hear the squeaks and squeals of mice in pain as they attempt to work their way through the shadows and don't quite make it.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
I guess no Scott for this pain.
There is another animal that you could potentially attempt to call that might be a little tougher than mice. It's not necessarily a swarm.
I'm going to try to call on the owl.
Okay. So
I was like,
yeah, no, that
No.
there is an owl that roosts against the side of the castle that you guys saw as you were entering. That
watching us.
Thorn can attempt to call on. You do not know yet if it is responding. But that brings us back around to the hag that is now noticing, Thorn, that you are attacking the one that she is still on, and that Senor Fluffington is pulling the other one further away.
Oh no.
So, Rosa, please make an intellect defense against the tendrils that are currently hooked into you that begin to attempt to wind their way towards your organs.
I am trained in defensive tasks. Intellect defensive. Ah, that was only a 6 too.
Oh no.
I'm rolling so bad.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a 6 is not going to be high enough.
what?
Yeah, so you are not able to basically disbelieve them back into being shadows, and their creepy, deadly necrotic force winds around your organs and twines around your heart and begins to squeeze, dealing another 6 points of damage.
Ooh.
If that brings me down to 0, what happens?
If that brings you down to 0 might, the
Yes.
remainder of the points come out of your speed.
Okay.
And
you are now
considered
impaired.
hindered. Or, yeah,
All right.
impaired. Which, impaired means, oh, you were impaired, Senor Fluffington.
Oh, right. So
I
no major effect.
will
Yeah.
not retcon it, because that was on me. But while you
Right.
are impaired, minor and major effects are not a thing.
Okay.
That's fair.
So those nat 19s, nat 20s, they are not going to give you special effects. They will still succeed if it is over your difficulty class, but they will not give you special effects. But that brings
I
us...
still it would have been a different. It would have been a difference of 20 to 15 feet. So I'm fine with being slightly closer to her, because like I was still able to wrest it from the.
Yeah, no,
shadows.
it was basically the difference of like 5 feet. So you're still a decent distance away. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
With that does bring us back around to Vrak. You are inspiring aggression. Are you attempting to move or do anything further?
Yeah, I would like to move away.
You are at the edge of the shadows. Where are you
true.
moving to?
But I have to go towards the pot. I'm gonna like move around towards where my friends are, but
Okay.
staying away from the shadowy pot. Last round was the one I lost because I'd come through the shadows, right? That was the turn?
Yes.
Or okay, I thought last
Well, no,
turn was the
wait.
last turn was
no,
inspiring
that was the
aggression.
turn. Yeah, last turn
Yeah.
was inspiring aggression.
Okay. Theoretically, I have stuff I can do. I can't do much to help with the fight, unless I'm using my Cypher. You're now a little bit further away, correct, Fluffington?
Mm-hmm.
And Thorn is not at the pot that she's at, correct?
Correct. I think I'm still near Fluffington, actually, unless he
Okay.
moves. I haven't moved from where I was.
Well, I don't know what the area of effect will be on this, but...
And you do not know for a fact that it is an explosive apple.
No, I don't.
Are you going to attempt to eat it and sneeze in that direction? Or are you going to attempt to throw it?
I'm just going to throw it, because I saw that it was like explodey when Fluffington ate it.
Okay.
I might just nail her in the head with an apple.
Okay. So please make a roll.
Yeah.
First,
I
first
pull it
for your
out of
aim.
my...
Yeah, first
Yep.
for your aim, and then you are going to roll me a d6.
I am going to, because this is very funny in a big moment. Okay, here's how I'm going to frame this. I'm going to pull it out of my jacket after I'm done playing and inspiring some aggression on Fluffington. Pull this apple out of my jacket and take a look at it for a second. It's bright gold. And I'd be like, normally I'd say for the fairest before I threw this shit, but you're ugly as fuck. And then I'm just going to whip it at her head. I'm going to use my nat 20.
You're going to use your nat 20 to hit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please roll a d6.
I do not want to miss her. I'm going to roll a d6 and we'll see what this does. Maybe it makes her stronger. 5.
That's not what I rolled.
That's not what you rolled.
That is not what you rolled. It is also not a like d20 list. This is you were
D6.
in a forest of randomized ciphers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
I grabbed a
me
5.
rolling a random 5 times and
Cool.
ending on that 5th.
Oh,
2,
I'm
It's-
playing the
so it
odds
could
tonight.
so it could
4, 5.
Let's play
Oh,
the
no.
odds, baby. I'm feeling lucky.
Oh no.
Creates an immobile cube composed of 6 planes of solid force, each 30 feet to a side for 1 hour. The planes conform to the space available, although the force cube's walls are not gaseous, permeable. There is likely enough air within trapped for creatures to breathe for the hour that it lasts.
Did I just trap her in a pot in a cube? I just
Until
Pokemoned her.
she manages to break the force walls. You have, through sheer fucking luck, landed on another one that is not just you eat it and have an effect.
Amazing. I fully Pokemon balled her.
Yeah. Because
A
the
Pokecube.
first two, yeah, because the first two on the random page are an actual sharpening stone, which you can't sharpen a weapon with an apple, and then one that is not applicable to our setting. So the next one down is Force Cube. It lasts for an hour or until it's broken.
I whipped it at her head.
Is the pot in the force field? Or cube?
She is.
Well, she's part. She is.
Yeah, she is part of the pot. So she and
Yeah,
the
so
other
she.
Laurel, or she and the other broken Laurel, are trapped within a
We've got one Laurel.
30
She's got
by
the other.
30 by 30 cube. This wall of force, like, springs up right in front of your nose. However,
Rat goes, I didn't know it was going to do that.
You
Thorn
Oh.
was only 10 feet away.
Oh no.
Evie, I also was within 30 feet of the hag.
You were within 30 feet, but were you within 15 feet?
Yeah.
You were within, like, inside of 15.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of it
Because-
as I didn't move the extra 5, which would have put me at 15 from where the pot was.
Well, it was approximately 5 to 10 feet away, and then you stumbled back, and then you moved at least 10 feet. So you are
You're
at
probably
the
just
border.
out.
So it is right in front of your nose.
But didn't the extra 5 come from major effect or a minor effect that didn't go through because of my inability impairment?
Kind of, but that's still, like, you're at 15, even without that 5, because it was 20 feet with the 5 and then 15. So you're at the edge. You're not inside of 15.
Unfortunate. I am on the wrong side of where I want to be. Great.
Yeah.
Got it.
And
Rosa
trapped
is
Thorn in with
unfortunately
her.
within
Ugh,
that 15
cube.
because it is
sorry.
15 feet in either direction from where it landed. Because it's a 30-foot distance, and 15 is half of that. So, Rosa, unfortunately, you are trapped inside of this force cube with the hag. I am so sorry.
Maybe she's trapped in there with you?
potentially.
Well impaired.
That's not good.
It is Senor Fluffington and Thorn's turn, though.
Oh no. Sorry, Thorn.
Question.
Oh.
This the second round?
Yes, it is. Your warriors do finally grow, and it is alarming to Vrak, who is the only other person that can see it right now, because you know how some of those plants that had been in the garden seemed to be almost presented up out of the ground by skeletal dead hands? Initially, it looks like another couple of those are growing out of the ground, and then the rest of the warrior forms, and these 3 armored warriors of some kind form from the ground, like strange daisies popping up from within the shadows.
I'm picturing the Doge Knights from Undertale.
Accurate.
You're so glad that they didn't eat the Pokeball. That's one.
Yep.
That's one thing that could have happened.
Yet.
Yeah.
There's still a chance.
So, the three warriors have grown. A wall of force appeared, like, in front of your nose, like, just this far away. As you're, like, trying to wrench the pot away. Barely missing you.
Okay. I can give them a command for free, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay, cool. I am going to tell them as my command. Protect the pots from the witch. And then I'm going to try to force myself. I'm going to turn into a wolf and I'm going to try to force myself through the wall of force.
Okay, make an
I know
attack.
that's too much for my turn. An attack?
Yeah. Because it is like attempting to move through a physical wall. So you have to deal damage to the wall to pass through it. This is not shadows that are forming a barrier. This is a legitimate wall of force.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. Did you roll an
I
at
rolled a
one?
4.
Okay. You
No,
did not
so-
roll an at one. That is the other concern that we have. So as you drop the pot to them, the warriors drag it a little further away and position themselves like guards around it. Thorn, you are trapped inside of a barrier
Cube.
with
Yes.
this big bad that your aunties have been warning you about since you met them.
Out of character note, Thorn is scared as fuck right now.
Yes, reasonable. Entirely
Yeah, you
fucking
should be.
reasonable.
You should be.
I don't really have anything that can help, which sucks. Uh,
What's your thing? What's your thing you do?
what's my thing you do?
Yeah, what's your cipher?
Yeah. You got remember we got magic items.
Yeah, I thought I used mine already.
Did you?
I don't remember that.
It was the
I
cricket.
had the cricket.
Chimney cricket. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
thought I
remember
used
what
my
it did,
cricket
though.
a few. I think the cricket was
trying
like
to
a free
remember if you
reroll.
You might have, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't solidly remember. If you've marked it
We're
off of your
ripped.
sheet, you probably did.
Yeah, because it's not on my sheet anymore.
Yeah. And it's basically just retrying at a task without adjusting the difficulty, because every time you retry something, it bumps the difficulty up by 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel something having gotten closer, so it is entirely possible that the owl is nearby and that what remains of the mouse swarm is just on the other side of the shadows. You don't know if either of them will be able to make it through the shadows, and you know for a fact that none of them will make it through the barrier.
Yeah. Can I just say fuck it and get up and punch the hag in the nose?
You can try. Go ahead.
Okay.
She's within
I like
immediate
that that
distance.
is-
She is well within your distance.
I love that that's happened twice in
Yep.
boss battles.
Yeah. You're just like, fuck it, I'm gonna punch him.
I rolled a 14. I don't know what that does.
She cannot move from the from the pot that she is attached to. So she is surprisingly easy to hit. It squelches almost
Ew.
and seems to burn like acid as your fist makes contact. I'm assuming that as you are not a warrior and you do not have any focuses that are intended toward dealing more unarmed damage, you are
No.
only dealing 2 points from it being a light unarmed weapon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So -2. All right. So it's this strange, uncomfortable
-2.
squelch sound to her face that is glowing an ethereal, sickly purple. Pus goes flying out one side because this is a hag of decay and death. And you've got this slight red mark where your fist made contact, but it did not deal damage to you. And that's when she finally seems to notice you.
Uh-oh.
The head tilts and almost seems to grow as it gets closer. This far away from your face, this
I'm so uncomfortable
ugly,
right now.
hooked nose and bony, almost this close you can see more detail. It's almost zombie-like in the way that the taut bone and skin stretches, and there's bits of her cheek missing, like the skin has rotted away.
Very cool, very pleasant. I love this.
You dare, little chosen, to touch the Queen of Decay? You wish to know death? To know disease and despair? You wish to come into my space, into my home? I, who touches the branches of gods? Please make a defense roll as she reaches for you.
Oh no.
This is a physical attack and not with the shadows, so your difficulty is only a 5.
That was a 19.
Alright, so no minor effect because you are impaired,
Yeah.
but you do just swiftly duck out of the way as this weird, elongated skeletal hand reaches up out of her shadowy cloak and tries to just grab you by the face. That same black ichor that's bleeding from the laurels that she had been inhabiting is dripping from each bony finger. It sizzles as it hits the ground.
Yikes.
But because she spent her turn attempting to attack you, she's not able to utilize the shadows to attempt to attack anything else because her concentration is drawn there. Meaning that they will have to succeed in striking you again to be able to do the crushing damage to your organs.
Cool.
So it is whatever defense instead of intellect. Should that happen next time, it depends on how much Rosa slash Thorn manages to irritate her while directly
Oh,
in
I'm
her
going to be a
space.
problem.
Yeah. So this might actually be a good thing. You don't know. So that does bring us to Vrak. You have trapped Thorn inside of this strange cube of force that erupted from the apple as it pulped on her face. Like applesauce as it exploded on her face, and a giant cube of force that you can't quite see through. It's sort of like attempting to see through a two-way mirror.
Mm.
Like there is the hint of shapes, but it's not defined. And with the
Vrak's
haze
like,
of the shadows around you, it's even more difficult. Strangely, the shadows did not attempt to attack you or Senor Fluffington this round, though.
that's good. Vrak's like, oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Uh, and they're just gonna run over to where Senor Fluffington is and be like, "What's up with the pots, man? I don't get it. Who are these guys?"
That's my pack. We need to get the pots away. The pots felt relief. We need to relieve their pain, their suffering.
They're real fucking big. I can't. You want me to pick that up?
The warriors can.
No. The
Yo,
warriors
can you
die.
guys lift that?
They don't.
Oh, they
follow
only
your
speak
commands.
dog.
Yeah.
I bark at them. It's not my turn, but
Yeah.
I can give them orders on my turn. So
All of you go after the hag, so technically, if you want
You
to
can go
work
if you
in
want.
tandem with Vrak, you can.
I will command them to drag the pot out of the shadow of influence that the hag has created.
All right, go right ahead.
Which is-
They
which-
are able to do
is not an
so.
action.
It is a little bit more of a push and to drag because it is fairly large, and they each have a sword in hand ready to attack with. But they are able to.
I'll actually send two of them to do that,
Okay.
and then have the
Keep
third
one.
one attack the fucking wall force.
The barrier.
All right, so it is a level 3 warrior with armor of 1, and the sword inflicts 3 points of damage. So roll, and if you roll above a 9, then it manages to succeed in hitting.
11.
All right, it hits for 3 points of damage on the barrier. While the other two use the entirety of their turn to push the pot through the wall of shadows. With that, because they are level 3, that means that they currently have 12 points of health. Please roll for them as they pass through the barrier themselves.
14. 7.
The one that has the 7 takes 4 points of damage. But they do manage to successfully pass the pot and its broken tree through. Vrak, go ahead and give me a perception check since Senor Fluffington and the other warrior are currently focused on the barrier.
Oh, nat 20. Second of the night, baby.
The tree, as it was passing through the shadows, stopped bleeding the black goo.
Oh. Okay, big problem, Fluffington. We got to get the pots out of out of the shadow circle. But the one pot is in the cube, and it's got a witch attached to it. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I think it's more important that Thorn is in there with the lady.
Yeah, that's not great. I'm trying not to think about that. She's okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you
I'm
also
going to attack
attacking?
now.
Yeah.
I am attacking the
So yeah, make a roll. Anything
16.
good? 16. Yeah. So you don't deal an extra point of damage, but you are able to very easily attack the inanimate object in front of you.
Question. So
Yeah.
this is a mechanical question. When I turn into a wolf, when I use my wolf form, it says add 2 to both your might and speed pools. Is that to my max or is that to my
In general.
usable points?
Yeah, in general.
So I am out of impairment now then.
Yes, you are.
Oh, nice. And you
Oh,
still get that
cool.
free asset every round from Inspire Aggression.
Which I would have actually. That's a good idea. I will. Well, no, I hit anyway. It's not like it's gonna deal more damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
So how much damage do you do?
I dealt. Well, because I am in wolf form, I deal 4 damage.
All right, so we've got a total of 7 damage to the walls that have not been damaged from within because the witch was distracted. Thorn. Creepy ass motherfucking death wish just tried to grab your face. Do you continue to taunt? Do you move further away? Do you punch her again?
Well, now that I know that she is sort of corporeal in a way, I want to move away, and this time I actually will try to hit her with my bow.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to attack. You are aiming for a 5, so 15 or better. Wait, no, 5, 15 or better to hit her.
Can I, was it put forth effort to do it? To make it eased?
Yes. Yes, you can either
Okay, 'cause
use effort to... Well, it is a physical attack. You have might with which to apply
Oh,
effort.
that's right, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I do
yeah,
have an
effort
asset, though.
outside of that. So asset will make it easier, so that would bring it down to a 4, so 12
Good,
better.
because I rolled a 14, and I need to use that
Oh.
asset.
But yeah,
So
in
close.
combat, you can, if you have the points to do so, apply effort to make it easier to hit or to deal more damage.
Yeah.
So with that, you've got how much damage hitting with that arrow?
It's 4 damage, because it is
4
a
damage?
piercing long range
Nice.
medium weapon.
-4. Okay, thank you. You have dropped her below 100.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So
What,
this
what do
is
you mean
battle.
100?
yeah,
Oh, no.
This is the
battle.
GM telling you. You have dropped a boss that you are meant to fight at a much higher tier below 100. This is probably like damage is probably not the way you win this
Not
fight.
how we're gonna solve this.
No.
Sorry for trapping you in a cube with like a tier 8 boss.
So you are
Honestly, mad respect.
Yeah.
You're one-on-one with a big-ass boss.
yeah, you are trying to go 1v1 against one of the I won't tell you how many final bosses of the game.
Uh-huh.
Not in her corporeal form. She does not have all of her abilities currently, and she does not have her entirety of health. But
That's why we
She
got her below
is-
100.
yeah, but she is very tough. You have managed to hit her, and there is an arrow sticking out near her collarbone that, like, just is bleeding that same strange black goo. And
I'm
she
very afraid of
turns to
all of the
stare
final
at
bosses.
you. What?
I'm very afraid of all of the final bosses.
A coven of evil fairy tale hags. These are
Yep.
like the BBEGs of all of the
Everything.
fairy tales. But yes, so she does turn to stare at you, and V just leaves the arrow there as it comes back around to her turn. And you are not in arm's reach. So the shadows animate again, writhing and striking out at you and the barrier. Please make a defense roll.
Oh no, that was only a 2.
At least it's not a 1.
At least it's not a
They
1.
pierce into your body, dealing another 6 points of damage. And they strike against all edges of the barrier, dealing damage to the barrier. You do not know how much, because this isn't just them attacking a single body. You hear cracking behind you, though, Rosa.
That's good
Rack.
to know.
You hear cracking,
We're not
and
dead
the
yet.
shadows around you are writhing in agitation in some fashion. You don't know what's going on inside of that barrier, but something has the shadows freaking out again. Is she trying to escape? Is Thorn attacking her? You don't know.
I can't see. I have no idea. This is bad, Fluffy. I don't know if you can get in there. Can I help you?
Can you break the wall? Can you make it go away?
What? I'm gonna look around because my only other option is to kick it with my boot. The pot that which was attached was fully inside the cube, and there's
Yes.
no other tendrils of it outside. Like there's no roots or nothing linking it. Okay. The shadows that are all around us in a circle, they don't have any obvious source. They're just kind of like rising out of the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to kick the cube with my big shit kicker boots.
All right. Go ahead and make an attack. Anything above 10 hits.
Hell
Nope, that's a 5.
Yeah, so you're...
I kick it, but I do nothing. I go,
Yeah, you, like, come up and you, like, thud your boots against it, and there's another slight crack due to the fact that they have taken a decent amount of damage, but...
That's all I've got.
Fluffy?
I am immediately going to order the other 2 knights to come back in and help with the wall.
Okay.
They're gonna move as close to the wall as possible.
All right, so first I would like defense tasks as they pass again through the shadows that do deal damage. And then I will
12,
need a movement task from them.
12 and 16 for both knights.
Okay, so they managed to get through easily without taking further damage.
Okay, and then they need movement tasks, you said?
Yes, because it is past their range, essentially, to get to you.
11
Okay.
and 11.
All right, so they don't quite reach you yet.
Okay,
there
that's
is
fine.
still one at the barrier with you, though.
I'm going to have him attack first
Okay.
before I make a move. Just in case he breaks it. I don't think he will, but just in case.
Okay. Make a roll.
Nope, that was a 3.
So that clangs off of the wall of force. You can't hear if it cracked at all from the strike, simply from the sound of metal hitting something.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna attack the wall myself.
Oh, we also got a nat 20 that was awarded to Amanda.
Sweet, thank you.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm attacking the wall.
You're attacking the wall. Okay. What you rolling?
19.
19. All right. So you deal an extra 1 point of damage because of the impaired. Oh,
I am
you're not
not
impaired
impaired anymore.
anymore.
You're not impaired.
All right. So you get a minor effect, and
Nice.
or it can deal 3 extra damage.
We need to get in there. I'm gonna deal the extra damage.
All right. So you deal. You said 4 plus the 3.
Mhm.
I will call that enough to crack the barrier to where you can get in. It is still
Nice.
partially in place. It is not entirely gone, but you are able to crack holes in it enough to where you can push through.
I'm pushing through. I'm using my
All right.
movement to get through.
All right, so you move the 10 feet in, and pretty much right next to where you push through the now broken barrier is Rosa, partially held up by a variety of strange, smoky, black, shadowy tendrils that have speared into her body. There is an arrow sticking out of the hag, who is still emerging from the stump that is in the barrel, the pot, and the hag is glowing that same strange, sickly purple.
As soon as I'm in, this is just this is what he is trying to do. He's going to try to deviate her attention away from Thorn and onto him, and he's going to say, I stole your butt. Fuck the police." And then just my turn because I can't do anything else.
Okay, Thorn,
Yes.
what you doing? The barrier is open now-ish, at least, and you have fucking crazy-ass movement.
I am going to move away first.
Move away,
If I
okay.
can. Yes.
Where are you going?
Through the
How
barrier.
far? Yeah, how far?
As far as I
essentially?
can.
Okay, so to get
My full movement.
the full movement in, you will need to pass through the shadows, so please make a defense roll against that. Intellect defense. So that is, I
Okay.
believe, trained for you.
It is. That is a 14.
Easily. So you pass through without damage, nearly stumble over the other pot that has been pushed maybe 3 feet away from the barrier before the other warriors got called back, and then out of the little square kitchen garden that you had been in, and you're just looking at either looking away from or at the giant mass of shadows again. So that is your movement. That is not an action.
Yes.
I would like to remind you that you do have the ability to take a recovery action if you want to, because I'm pretty sure you
Yes,
have
I
not
would like
used
that.
your action recovery yet.
I have not.
That's
Okay. Do
that's
you
why
remember
I
how
have
to
a
do so?
character. I'm
Useful.
so cocky.
I don't remember how to do so. It's a 1d6. I know that.
1d6 plus whatever the bonus to your recovery is, which I believe at your current tier would just be +1.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless you... Have you guys
And that
advanced
goes-
at all? Did you take an advancement to boost the... Okay.
Yeah, we all. I think
We
we all
have
got one
advanced, but we
advancement.
haven't taken.
Yeah, I just took a skill training.
Yeah. because one of the advancements available is to boost your recovery. Okay, so that you can distribute those points however you choose, and that is your action.
Cool.
Okay. So, are you pulling yourself out of impaired by doing so?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Wonderful. So, that brings us back around to the hag, who now has a shiny new target and has lost the impudent target that had punched her in the face. Senior Fluffington, you are not within physical reach of her, so you are being attacked by the shadows.
Oh no.
Please make a defense roll.
Question.
What?
Did I activate my resonance field? I don't actually remember if I did or not.
You had your resonance field active in the bedroom.
Yes, but this is more than a minute after that, so I don't know if I.
So I don't think you have activated it again.
Okay, cool.
Because
that's
I
fine.
remember you
what
describing
am I...
how it was affected by the wolf form.
Fair. Intellect defense.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put a level
no,
buffer.
it is not intellect defense because the shadows had disengaged from you. So it is just defense in general.
I'm gonna put a level of effort to dodge this attack. So speed.
Speed. Okay.
Rolled a 13.
13. All right. So the 13, unfortunately, for the shadows.
With level of effort?
Yeah, the shadows are attacking at really high. It's the barrier and her grabbing you that is lower. So, unfortunately, that does not...
Okay, I've misremembered. Okay.
Yeah, the shadows attacking are at a 6.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So...
That's okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
So from that, they do unfortunately hit, dealing, again, another 6 points of damage.
Which is 5 plus biggest armor, so it's... Okay, cool. Got it.
All right.
I am back down to impaired.
Yes. And she snarls at you. There is no more laughing or cackling coming from her.
Mm-hmm.
She's completely ignoring the fact that she's got an arrow sticking out of her. But you have taken away one of the things that she was attempting to influence, feed off of. You don't know what she was doing to them. Are making a target of yourself, and the only one in sight, because Vrak is still on the other side of the broken force barrier. So she cannot see Vrak to attack them. And
I am
Thorn
the only
is
target visible.
and Thorn is out of range. So while if she could see Vrak to attack her, or attack them, she would be attacking both of you at the same time. But being on the other side of the force barrier does help you, Vrak, with that. And it is now your turn.
Peek through. She's attached to the pot, right?
She is fully attached to the broken tree that is coming out of the pot. Because it is not the pot. It is the broken stem or trunk of the tree.
Right, yeah. I didn't see what happened when the pot got pushed on the other side of the shadows, but I know it's good. Fluffington said it was good. But I can't lift that on my own.
That it's you were the one that noticed that it had stopped bleeding the black ichor.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know what this is going to do, but I'm going to take out the other thing that was in my pocket, which is the little tiny cake that says "Eat me."
Okay.
Rack's going to be like, "This is probably a really bad idea," and eat it.
Okay, so
Because they can't remember if it makes them bigger or smaller.
you eat the Eat Me cake,
Mm-hmm.
which causes you to grow to twice your size.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
The effect lasts for 1 hour or until you can find another way to change your size, such as
Cool.
with a different cipher. But I
Does
believe
that
that
take
you
my
are currently
action?
out of ciphers for the day.
I am. I only have 2.
Yeah.
Does that take my whole action?
It does not say that eating it is an action. So no.
Huh. Okay.
Because like the dragon teeth specifically state that planting them is an action. Therefore,
true.
this one, since it does not claim to be an action, I'm going to say no, it does not take your action. You're able to just pop it in your mouth.
Cool. Pop it in my mouth. I'm popping it in my mouth as I'm moving through the hole in the
Okay.
barrier, and I'm going to spend my action trying to get to the pot and pick it up because I'm bigger now.
Okay. So you are picking up the pot that she is attached
to.
to the tree in. Okay.
And I'm going to try and run it as far as I can get this action out of
give
this
me a
cube.
light task.
I am going to put an asset on that. It's my last one.
I have a strange feeling I know what's happening right now, or what's gonna happen.
11
11.
with an asset.
You pick it up. You rush forward. Because I will say that your immediate distance is doubled. So you have an immediate distance of 10 instead of, or of 20 instead of 10. So you pick it up. You are strong enough to do so, being twice your size. And by picking it up, she is now at eye level with you.
Yep, she's in my face.
And you turn to attempt to then squeeze through the broken part of the barrier?
Yep. I'll pitch her through if I need to. I'll just like throw the pot out.
Movement check, please.
Actually, you said we're kind of just moving at the same time, right?
Yeah, you can attempt to move at the same time. Yeah.
Can I attempt to grapple the hag to keep her to essentially rip her away from the pot as
Rack is attempting to move back again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, Frag has the pot, I have the hag, we're pulling her in opposite directions.
So
like Taffy.
Rack, it was a 15-foot movement to get to the pot, so about halfway, or not even halfway back, a third of the way back, you would need to make that movement check to continue moving.
I will. Ooh, I can spend an effort on this. I've still got some speed.
Okay.
12.
Yeah, 12 would have made it without the effort.
Okay. Cool.
So you are starting to try and like either squeeze yourself or the pot through as Senor Fluffington
I'm just shoving the pot
leaps
through
up to try and tackle the hag. Make an attack roll.
Natural
you
20.
got that asset from me.
You're using your natural 20 or you rolled a natural 20?
I am using the nat 20 that I have.
Amazing.
Okay, so you do manage the tackle, but because you are impaired, you do not get a major effect. Go ahead and deal your damage, please.
I don't need it to be made. That would be 4.
4 plus 1, so plus
1, I believe?
Yes, 5. Because it is 20, so anything 17 through 20 is just 1 extra damage while you are impaired.
Yep, this is why I saved it.
So you do manage to tackle her, and she is not fully detached, but stretched from the pot as Vrak is trying to shove it through, because Vrak, you cannot fit through the barrier now.
No, I'm too big now.
Question. Did could I have well they can take their turn. I okay. This is what I want my soldiers to do, my dragons, my Doge Knights.
Yeah, your
I
Doge
want
Knights.
them I want my Doge Knights, two of them, to make the hole bigger so that the third can get through and hack at the hag where she is stretched thin.
Okay, so because the hole is being taken up partially by Vrak and partially by pushing the pot through, it will take them around to break through the barrier further. But there is enough room for one of the warriors to start either squeezing through or hacking at the remains of the tree slash where she is attached to it.
Okay.
So they can attempt to start attacking where she is attached to it, but it will be another round before they would be able to get into the barrier to attempt to attack her and the stretch.
Fuck it. Yeah, they'll just hack at whatever they can.
I just didn't know if you were trying to
That's fine.
not further damage the tree stump, essentially. If you don't care about that, then
No,
yeah,
I'm
it's fine.
trying. No, I'm trying not to hurt the tree stuff. I don't want to injure the creature. I want to injure the hag.
The tree seems good. The witch
Okay,
seems
so
bad.
in that case, their attack is hindered because they are trying to not damage the tree. They are just trying to cut her off of it, essentially. So go ahead.
Just one attack.
Yes, because the other two are attempting to break the barrier further.
9.
9. All right. So unfortunately, they aren't able to really deal damage to her. Where she is attached. It's just there's too much of a tight space right now for them to really be able to reach her. Bringing us around to her turn, because I believe that no, Rosa, it is your turn.
It's my
Thorn.
turn.
Yeah, Thorn. Yeah. It is your turn. There we go.
Yes.
You're outside of the shadows. You can see the barrel pot that has been pushed out. The broken stump of a tree is there and no longer bleeding a black sticky goo. It still looks very damaged, but beyond that, you have no idea what's going on inside.
How big is the stump?
The stump is probably about a foot and a half up outside of the dirt.
Like, how thick is it? Like, is it a thick? Is it small? So I could easily just take the pot and run with it then.
The pot is much bigger. The pot is probably 3 feet across, and like almost 2 feet deep, possibly 2-ish feet deep. Very, very heavy.
Okay. I'm near the kitchen, right?
Yes.
Is it possible for me to move the laurel from the pot to something like a bucket or something?
That would take several rounds, as you would have to dig it out of impacted dirt.
Okay, I will do that then.
You can attempt to push it further away. It's
Yeah,
just
I'll
that
just
you're
do
not
that.
going to be able to. It's just that you're not going to be able to move it super far. Go ahead and give me a might check to see how
Yeah.
well you do.
That was 11.
11. All right.
Mhm.
So you managed to push it probably about 10 or 15 feet further away. So you're getting it significantly further away from where she is.
Cool.
And, Senor Fluffington, you are on top of a hag that you are attempting to to pin slash pull away from the thing that is keeping her tethered here. Please make a defense roll as both of her skeletal, sticky hands come reaching up and try to grab you around your head.
15.
15. Yeah, you managed to just kind of
Nice.
shoulder check it away.
Nice.
Yeah,
You're used to people trying to grab your head. I'm sure as a dog.
yeah, you are used to dealing with the evil that is the vet's office. You are just like, no, that's not happening now. I'm much bigger now. Fuck this shit. And she's a lot easier to shake off in her physical attacks. So without effort, and because she is concentrating on trying to grab you or push you off, you're not sure, she is not able to attack with the shadows, bringing us around to Vrak. It is your turn. You are twice your size and not able to exit the barrier, and there is a Senor Fluffington on top of the witch.
I'm gonna push the pot out as far as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it would help if I can.
It's probably about 5-ish feet away at this point, but you've also got a bone warrior slash dragon warrior thing trying to saw at where she's connected to the pot, and two others that are hacking around your arm as they try to further break the barrier. So you can't see really well what's out there, but you get it pushed further away.
Cool. I'm gonna try to get out of the way so the dragon warriors can come in.
All
They
right.
have swords. I just have boots.
All right. So you push it and then back to essentially the other side of the barrier.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna kick with my boots and try to widen the hole in the barrier so I can get out if I need to.
All right. So give me an attack.
Cool.
To essentially not accidentally stomp on Senor Fluffington.
18.
18. Yeah. 18 does hit. It also does, I believe, do extra damage because you are not
I am
impaired?
not yet impaired. No,
All
not
right.
yet.
So that does, because you are twice your size. Because you are twice your size.
Oh, that's true.
I'm going to call that a medium weapon worth instead of a light weapon worth.
Nice.
So that does a total of 6 damage to the barrier.
Oof.
So more parts of it break and fade away. Because it's not like there's shattered parts of a barrier on the ground where it had broken. As the pieces break away from the force barrier, they just dissipate into sparkly nothingness. Further definitely helping to get more of the warriors through to be able to help you, Senor Fluffington. So at least 2 can fit through this now more broken area to attempt to help and hack at her connection to the pot without damaging the tree.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna have one of the knights grab the pot and just pull, just that. And I'm gonna have the. Can I heal without breaking grapple, or do I need to continue to grapple her?
You would need to continue to continue grappling her to hold her off, because part of the attack or part of the action is the holding her. If you are taking your action to heal, then that is not doing other things.
Okay. Then yeah, I will continue to hold on to her. I'll probably just do that grab with the maw and tug thing dogs do.
Okay. Are you also attempting to do any damage, or are you just
Either
like
very
holding on to her?
playful or very angry.
Yeah.
Yes, I am attempting. Me and two of my Doge Knights are attempting to kill her. Or, well, cut her off, separate her,
Amazing.
rip her to pieces, split
Okay.
her from the tomb, from the pot.
Give me your attacks. You and your two knights, which you're aiming for
Alright,
a 9 or better.
This is one knight.
Mm-hmm.
8.
Ooh, just
Knight
missed.
number 2. Natural 1.
Okay.
And then me.
Mm-hmm.
Also 8.
Also 8. So you've got your teeth on her. You're not doing any damage. You're able to continue your hold. The one that has the natural 1 accidentally hacks into the other one, dealing 3 points of damage to it. So each of them have taken some points of damage. Bringing us around to Thorn.
Is the one that's pulling on the pot having an effect?
It's getting it further away. You haven't,
good enough.
yeah, you haven't fully separated her from it, but it is getting it further away. There is more of a stretch. From the position that you are currently in, you cannot see how that stretch is affecting her because you are on top of her.
Yep.
Rosa.
Yes.
You are outside of the barrier, pushing the pot away. Are you looking back, or are you just in the effort of getting it as far away as possible?
I'm going to look back for like a bit just to see if I can still see anything.
The shadows are going fucking nuts. They are writhing and tendrils are arcing off of it, similar to... Have you ever seen a Tesla coil?
Yes.
That, but not electricity. Shadowy arcs of angry, deadly matter are just spread out everywhere, just randomly striking out at things as something is happening inside that you cannot see.
Ooh, it's like I want to go back and help, but I'm already out here.
You can attempt to attack the barrier.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see what happens.
Why have we not tried that before?
I don't know. You were just like, I'm gonna just push through it.
Yeah, that's fine.
That was only a 7.
It hits. It's immobile.
Okay.
So the arrow goes through it, dealing some damage to it, and then lands on the ground past the shadowy barrier. Vrak, you can kind of see through the hole that you have assisted in creating, and you see an arrow just kind of come through and then flop to the ground. You deal 4 points with
4 points of damage, yeah.
With your... Okay. So, Senor Fluffington, beneath you, the hag writhes and screams slightly. Another 4 points off of her, because attacking the barrier also attacks her.
Ooh.
It's
nice.
an extension of her. It is an extension of her. So, That brings us around to her. The barrier continues to writhe, and she is going to attempt to push you off again, Senor Fluffington, to attempt to get closer to the thing that tethers her. Please make another difficulty 3 defense.
10.
10!
Nice.
All right, so the dripping, sticky skeletal hands again attempt to reach up and grab your head to push you off or tear you from her body, and you just knock some of the stony outcropping of your dire form against her hands, knocking her away. Vrack, it is your turn.
I'm picturing I'm holding her by the neck, like a fucking hellhound out of hell.
Yeah.
Just
amazing. Just
snarling at her in response, and you're just shouldering her hands away every time they go to grab you.
Nice.
Is the hole in the barrier now big enough that I can army crawl through it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Fluffington, be like, just hold on, buddy. And then I'm gonna army crawl out and grab the pot.
Getting further and closer to the pot, you can now see that there are barely tendrils holding on. But they are what is the word? They are fortified by other shadows reaching up from the ground to attempt to extend her hold, because it is still within the shadow barrier.
Is it so heavy that I couldn't throw it, the pot?
If you give me a might check with your current size, you might be able to.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Kitty cat.
I have nothing left to put on this. Aww. I could burn myself out of my putting effort on this.
You could.
I have 5, so I'd have 1 might left. Let's give it a go. I won't yet be at impaired.
Okay.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's
go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 20.
Nat fucking 20?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I don't know what I did tonight, but that's stupid amount.
So you army crawl through, and your legs are almost still inside of the barrier. One of your feet pressing down into the shadowy, sticky goo that keeps her attached, as if trying to keep her in place and assist Senor Fluffington in what he's doing. And with that nat 20, because you get a major fucking effect, you manage to not just lift this very large, heavy pot, but you do launch it through the air. Rosa, you see the shadows part as the other pot goes sailing at about head height towards you.
Far too late, I yell, heads up!
Oh shit! And do I need to roll to move out of the way?
You do, but first, as you get it out of the barrier, Senor Fluffington, beneath you, she dissolves into this oily, sticky tar. The shadows around you drop, and she is gone.
Could I leave her with one last message?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I just want her, wherever she is in the world, I just want the words "not on my watch" to go in her mind.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
So
perfect. Good. Make your dodge, please.
Sorry.
What did you roll?
What if I rolled a nat 1?
As you're turning back to see the writhing dome of angry, arcing shadow, it splits as a 3x2 heavy-ass pot of broken tree trunk comes sailing at you, hitting you square in the chest, knocking you down, and dealing another 6 points of damage.
No.
Please tell me
Well,
you're
I am
alive still.
impaired.
Did
I
just
am
kill
not only
Rosa?
impaired.
Are you
What is-
Oh, you're debilitated?
I am debilitated now.
You're debilitated.
And
Oh,
because that is
no.
all of your speed, you also now have a speed of 0.
Oh, no.
You cannot move.
Yeah.
Well, we have a pot on you.
Yeah. So the pot just kind of lands on you, on the ground. And
Oh,
you're
no.
just like, And let's just say that Vrak attempting to get back up while still halfway through the barrier because the shadows are gone breaks the rest of the barrier and it just shatters around you in sparks.
Gosh. Well,
And that is where we will end for the night because it is almost 1:30
Fuck
here
yeah.
on the East
oh
Coast.
my god.
Oh,
You
And I
have
just-
survived yet another hag. This one was much harder to fight
Milo.
because it was not just
God.
entertaining you. Holy fuck, guys. I am surprised that none of you died. Good job.
Vrak
I'm proud of
tried.
you. Yeah, you guys did try really hard. But yeah, so congratulations. I am very proud of you for not dying. You did manage to solve the puzzle of separate her. I am also going to award an experience point to you for story purposes.
to all of us?
All of you.
Or
Oh my goodness. All right. Cool.
But good job.
Trying to find a gif of somebody catching like a medicine ball.
hey guys, I would like to apologize for my character's behavior. And
Yeah,
I would like to let you all know it's not gonna get better.
Nope, me neither. I'm going to continue to be just as chaotic
Yeah.
and to never think before I do anything.
Senor Fluffington is starting to notice a pattern that these hags are not good, and he will not let them slide anymore.
That's one way to view it, yeah. I'm going to send Amanda a message. So remind me to send you a message because you were
Okay.
the only one that heard her words when she was ranting at you.
Mhm.
That's true.
So there is
Mhm.
certain
I'm-
things
I'm-
that I will want you to take note of.
Oh boy.
Because I was about to say I have some things I want to share with you as well.
Okay.
Depending on the message.
I am so. I have 4 speed left.
Oh jeez.
If any of those hit, if any of those moves had hit, I wouldn't be able to continue grappling her.
Yeah.
Just like with the last fight against the witch, grappling is my biggest tool, and I don't understand.
I think I have the
Why?
most health and I can take 12 more points of damage across all of my categories. Which is like 2
Probably.
hits.
It was not an easy fight. You guys made it through, possibly through luck, but you made it through, and
Oh, no.
none of you
I rolled-
died.
3 nat 20s tonight. It was definitely through luck.
That was
Mhm.
fucking
That was
insane.
ridiculous.
That was ridiculous.
Man.
And I burnt
good job.
a banked nat 20 as well, so I've had like 4 nat 20s tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
think
am not
all of
using
you
those
burned your
documents
like all of your
ever.
gifted stuff.
Oh yeah, I used 2 ciphers.
All right. So,
I was like, if I'm not burning it on a boss battle, what am I saving it for? Come on.
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
Jeez. Okay, so you guys did
Oof.
great. You guys did great.
I almost killed Thorn.
You almost killed Thorn.
I almost killed everybody.
Yeah.
We're doing great.
But yeah, you made it through.
Sorry.
You made it through. You did a good job. You survived. You got her separated from something that, if you had not handled it next session and had, one of the options was going to be to run away because you couldn't deal with the fight currently, and like try to go like set up for it or something. That was, yeah, that like running away is always an option. Well, not always an option. It's usually an option. That those There was a reason why she was attached to them. We'll leave it at that.
I love that. Okay, so when I had her, I was like, I'll do hospitality. We're gonna stay here. I was like, maybe we'll like do an investigating game. We'll figure out what's going on here. Figure out how to make this. No, that's not us. That's not this group. We were like, what if we just fight her?
Hey, there is stuff to figure out if you had attempted to do research.
That's not us.
But yeah, you
That's not how we roll.
you fought. You fought and
So
you
good.
survived.
So
Oh,
good.
God. Love you guys. Love you guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and wrap so that people can do their thing and eat or stretch their legs or do whatever. Let's go in reverse this time, starting with Amanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda. I have been Rosa and Thorn, all three using she/her pronouns. This was really funny to think that like I was almost taken out by a potted plant, like just like out of everything.
Yeah, out of
so
everything,
I cannot
all
wait.
the attacks.
Out of all the attacks, it was the potted plant.
And you were the only one to go solo against the witch.
Yeah, that's true.
I accidentally trapped you in a cube with a witch.
Yeah,
And then almost got at you.
Some life-altering stuff may have happened in that cube.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. You can find me on Blue Sky at Panda Cabra. Currently looking for work. I am obviously a TTRPG player, as well as doing some Twitch technical producing as well. So feel free to hit me up if you would like any of that done as well. That's my spiel.
Very cool. How did that producing go, by the way?
It went well, actually. I am surprised that my like weird jerry-rigged like 3-monitor setup worked.
Nice.
Okay, well, good job. Let's jump
Hey, that's
over.
a new skill under your belt.
Yeah. Let's jump over to Joel.
I'm Joel. Hello. You can find me in Alter Archives every other Friday playing the sheer wrath of nature that is in your Fluffington. Outside of here, right now, all I really have is you can find me on AO3, where I have my my stories. I recently wrote a short story called Snapshot of a Better Life" or something like that. It's really sweet. I've been told it's all warm and fuzzy and Ghibli-esque, or however you pronounce that. I'm really proud of that, so you should go read it. If you want to support me, I have a throne and a coffee. I am both too hungry and too tired and too exhausted from the stress of that fight to say more. So, Discord server.
Well, we do have links both in chat and in the description for if you had wanted to check things out. And there is a link to that AO3 in Joel's card. Last but certainly not least, our wonderful artist, Alina.
Hey everybody, it's me, Alina. I have been playing the chaos that is Vrak. Occasionally also Sev. Wow, what a game, y'all.
What a fucking game.
That was a lot. You can find me online at Alina Pete on Blue Sky, or alinapete.com is where I got all my art when I post it. Yeah. You can also come check me out on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/WhereGeekComics. We do Trash Heroes every other week, which is a very silly D&D game.
Yeah.
We're also
Energy.
figuring out the plot of that one, so there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But yeah,
pronouns for them, for everybody. That's me.
yeah. We've shouted out Where Geek Comics on the Twitch chat, so if you are watching on Twitch, definitely check them out. I'm pretty sure several, if not most, of our few audience members already watch over there. But nevertheless, if you are watching this after the fact, very fun game, very entertaining to watch. I am Evie, and I have been the GM for tonight. Very surprised by the
Chaos.
events that happened. I am known as the Disaster GM, and I think that definitely came true tonight, as it does many times. My pronouns are she, they, or any. I really don't care. But I am the director of Alter Deco Archives, GM for this and our planned upcoming game, Empyrean Wilds, that we hope to be airing soon-ish. Start date still to be determined. There's some chats that we've got to do behind the scenes with Monty Cook Games regarding the Cypher System Creator Fund grant that we had gotten for that game. Yeah, we are working on character art. You might, depending on my exhaustion level, see me working on the Empyrean map this weekend.
So good.
There are clips that are shared of the map in our Discord. Discord link is either in the description if you are watching on YouTube, in chat if you are watching on Twitch. When Empyrean Wilds comes out, it should multi-stream in our current locations as well as on Moonbeam. So if you have a Moonbeam access, you have Moonbeam profile or whatever, be sure to join Monty Cook's realm called the Anywhere Door. Lot of fun people there and other amazing creators that have also gotten Cypher System Creator Fund grants, including Vixie Bell. I'm shouting them out because I've been chatting with several of them recently. Vixie Bell, Ambrose, and Valiant Dorian is also one of the Cypher System Creator Fund grant recipients, and they are all amazing people and have great stuff planned and in store. You should totally check them out. They are so cool. But yeah, so stay tuned to our socials, stay tuned to our Discord for news coming out, and until then, in 2 weeks, we will see you again for the next Fairy Tale Friday, where we find out the results of tonight's crazy fucking fight that we went over by a large margin for. And I am very grateful to my beautiful players for like putting up with the time and getting through all of that. So
It was
thank
worth
you
it.
so much. But yeah,
Worth
so
it.
thank you again to the
Thank
audience
you.
as well, because you guys definitely helped with all of those redeems.
Hell yeah.
But we will see
Yeah.
you next time. Chat with you around. Yeah, so bye.